What's going on, everyone? Welcome on into a very unique edition of both the Browns Report and Falcons Today by Chat Sports. We're going to have a simulcast for both games. If you don't know, and I'm sure I'll explain this 100 times throughout the stream today, I am the host of both our Browns and Falcons channel here at Chat Sports, which I know is a little bit of an unusual arrangement, but we're still a growing company here at Chat Sports. We don't have enough hosts for all 32 teams, so most hosts have to double up in some way, and so these are my two right here for today. So we're going to have a very fun stream. What we're basically going to do is imagine Red Zone, but just two teams. One for the Browns, one for the Falcons. So we have two different streams going on their respective channels at the same time, but we're going to cover both games for you guys side by side. So a whole new graphics package. Producer Reed did an excellent job of getting us off the ground for this one, which will be a first and I would say the last, but definitely a more unique watch party we've ever done before. So I really appreciate everyone's understanding and patience during a bit of a unique Sunday, but with the Falcons starting Michael Penix, rookie making his debut, I really wanted to do the watch party for that game. Browns at the same time, but I did not want to not do the Browns watch party, so we're doing both. Why not both? There's that old El Paso commercial. Why not both, right? So who you got? Let me know in the comment section whether it is the Falcons over the Giants or the Bengals over the Browns or vice versa. Let me know who you got down below. Awesome to see everyone hanging out with us here. I know. We've got, like I said, a brand new graphics package. I'm a little all over the place this morning. It has not been a good 12 hours for your boy here, and I know that's what everyone wants me to fast forward to, so whether you are an Ohio State fan or maybe a Georgia fan and you are here for my tears, they're here. Let's just talk about last night. Not a fun time. Ohio State outplayed Tennessee at every position. They were the better team. I'm not here to give excuses or anything like that. It sucked losing Dylan Sampson, our Tennessee starting running back, because that was the bread and butter of this offense, and they just did not have a good enough plan B because all teams deal with injuries, and Tennessee's strength was their defensive line and the run game, and their number one runner was their quarterback, Nico, and their defensive line no-showed like they did in Athens against Georgia. So twice now the defense has just completely checked out in a marquee matchup. Credit to Ohio State. They were better. There's no question about it. They played probably the best game, I would say, this season. I mean, Buckeyes fans agree or disagree with me here. I will say this. I am proud of Tennessee for the season altogether. Made the playoffs, one of the better teams, and if not for just a dumb playoff format, would not have been on the road, but whatever. Those are the rules. And the fan base, myself included, showed up in numbers. I mean, Buckeyes fans, you're probably not thrilled with the orange invasion of the shoe, which this is going to be my one. I'm being salty. I'm going to be a little spiteful here and say, shoe kind of sucks. That was one of the most underwhelming coliseums of college football. I would not say it is a bucket list for anyone to go to if you're a college football fanatic. So there's my one spiteful comment. Georgia fans watching from Falcons today, Carson Beck sucks, and he's going to be out for probably the whole playoffs. And you guys are probably still going to go to the championship game. My prediction before the season was, or before the playoffs started, was Oregon beats Georgia in the championship game, and I'll stick by it. But there it is. Also, I'll just say it one more time. I had no beef against Ohio State whatsoever before yesterday. I officially hate the OHIO chant. It takes thousands of you guys to spell Ohio. Is that a two-man job? It's like the shortest state name in the country. 4 letters. There's only 3 letters in that 4-letter word. And yet it takes a whole stadium to put it together. I mean, Tennessee fans would have every right to do that. It's a long name. It's a long word. That definitely got old. But there it is, and the chat keeps saying it. So, all right. I've ranted, and it was not a fun morning. I flew back from Columbus, 7 a.m. flight, got up at 5:15. I will say the weather, I enjoy some good cold weather football games, was not a huge factor. no wind. So if you were dressed properly, like you were somewhat, I would say comfortable, but you were not like shivering or freezing. All right, so there it is. I got that off my chest. We are going to explain once more what is going on here because it's a bit of a unique setup indeed. But I do got to give a quick shout out to a few of our friends and sponsors, including Game Time. Game Time is an awesome place to visit if you want to go to the Ohio State-Oregon game or a UGA playoff game. My team is not playing in it. Go to Game Time. Download the Game Time app and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, but again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. I put all that information, because I love you all, in the comments and description of today's video. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game time. I also want to give a big special shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. During Pickmas, you can get up to 1,000 times your cash. All you've got to do is pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Once more, download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. So, for everyone that is just clocking in, we have a little bit of a unique setup today. We are essentially doing red zone for 2 teams, the Falcons and the Browns game. I'm the host of both channels here at Chat Sports. I love covering the NFL as Chat Sports continues to grow. Some hosts have to cover more than one team, which I know is not, a usual setup, but it is what it is. And I love what I do, and I would not trade it out for anything else. So today, bear with me as we have a very unique watch party because we're basically doing both watch parties at the same time. So we'll have a lot of fun. We'll have a couple of maybe some battles and competitions going back and forth between the 2 channels here as Falcons and Browns both within 10,000 subscribers of one another. So we do have a few super chats that have come in over on the Browns channel. We can check those out, Mr. Reed, whenever we get an opportunity. Here it is. AFX. There it is. Should have saw this one coming. I'm not going to finish it. I heard it a million times yesterday. And I will say, this is one more spiteful thing I'll add to the entire experience yesterday. Ohio State fans got way too upset when Michigan planted the flag and they cried poor sportsmanship. They were not the greatest victors yesterday. Which, listen, if you want to be a bit of an asshole after winning, by all means, go do it. It's sports. I don't have much of an issue with it. But you can't have it both ways where you're upset that Michigan is going to be ungrateful winners and sore winners, and then when you win, all of a sudden you look at us like we're Michigan. Just because Tennessee invaded the shoe doesn't mean you guys can all of a sudden switch the rules up on whether or not you should be good sports or not. So I'm still a little salty. I'm not going to lie. But I don't come away from this going like, man, we got cheated or something like that. Like, I can make peace with the result was what it was, and nothing else I can do about it now. Okay. I do appreciate all the support we have coming in. AFX, thank you for your super chat. Do we have? I thought we had one more. Okay, we have one more super chat.
Sorry, I was my headphones were not working, so I had to get a new cord.
Hello,
everybody. I'm back here behind the scenes.
The chat's not working on my computer, so I'm kind of working through some technical issues here. Yeah, Reed is unfortunately, off camera today just because we have all the new bells and whistles for a simulcast of 2 different games at the same time. But Oh, no. Victory belly shot for the Buckeyes. No, there will be none of that, DFX. Just enjoy the win and celebrate it because you're going to lose to Oregon again. And that's not me trying to be a dick. That's just my honest prediction. I picked us to beat Ohio State and then lose to Oregon. Why did I get the something went wrong? Yeah. Mr. Justin. Yeah. I think he's capable of it. We got 3-man crew in here. Just kind of tilt the camera so it's a little bit more this way. There you go. A little bit further, yeah. That's good. All right. So let's get some score predictions in right now. Giants, Falcons. Let's talk about these games here. And as other people filter on in and ask what the heck is going on, can I just trust everyone that's watching right now to fill people in on the unique watch party arrangement we have today so I'm not a broken record and just explaining myself over and over and over again? So score predictions. Let's talk about these two games here. Giants, Falcons. The Giants are a dumpster fire. Falcons starting Michael Penix. Some trivia. I've got trivia. Today, we have 2 starting lefty quarterbacks. Michael Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. Could anyone tell me the last time actually not tell me when, but who the 2 starting lefty quarterbacks were the last time the NFL had 2 lefties starting on the same day? Justin, any guesses? Last time 2 lefties started on the same day, name those 2 lefties. Started on the same day. We have Tua for the Dolphins today, Penix for the Falcons today. When was or who were the last 2 lefties that started on the same day? You guys ready for the answer? Last call for guesses. The Falcons chat has a good idea.
Is it Tebow and Vic?
It's
Okay.
Michael
I was
Vick
thinking,
and Tim Tebow.
I was thinking about Vic, but the Falcons chat helped me out with Tebow.
Yeah. And that was, I think, in like 2011 or 12. I think it was when Vic was on the Eagles. Reed, can you give some shout-outs to both chats? You have to relog in. My YouTube just kind of crashed out.
No problem. All right. Let's see. We got, on the Falcons chat, we got Franchise Caleb, the Bright Wolf, Pedro, Mr. Haha. What's going on, Mr. Haha? Amin K, Ellie, Doc, the Bright Wolf saying, Petey, I shared the stream on Twitter.
The Bright Wolf has become one of the, core members of our channel in terms of support and assistance in the growth of the channel.
So we also have a super chat from Rose saying, good game, Petey, OH.
Yeah, I expect to get OHs all day long. And I have no rebuttal. I'm not going to talk shit back. I got nothing. There were a lot of Tennessee fans there yesterday, and I would say Buckeye fans that were at the game were probably a little, I wouldn't say embarrassed, but maybe offended of how many opposing fans there were. And as soon as it got to 14-0, actually probably even just 7-0, but 14-0 really is when they turned the heat up. And it just became a battle royale in Section 30C of people lobbying insults across one another. There were a lot of words exchanged.
I do want to ask you, because I don't know if you know, I went to the Clemson-Texas game.
Oh, I did not know. You drove down to Austin?
Yep, me, Chip, and his girlfriend.
How was that?
It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Except for Chip, the Clemson grad.
The Clemson grad. But we were very few. I wore a Clemson sweatshirt.
Okay.
With a Florida State shirt under it.
Okay, yeah. Big ACC guy.
I was rooting for the ACC.
You just back the conference. I like it.
I was rooting for the ACC.
You're just a big Atlantic guy. Good Ocean.
Hunter White, by the way, with a $2 super chat on Falcons.
Let's go, Hunter.
But so I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
How were you with the fans? Was there a ton of Tennessee fans? Was it mostly Ohio State? Because it was basically all Texas. And our section that we sat in, the row, we got really lucky. 2 Clemson fans right next to us.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to be like, standing right next to a Texas fan.
Right.
But the people behind us screaming in our ear, "Where's that same energy, Clemson fans? Go home, bye-bye."
I mean,
we was like, oh, my God.
People that watched the game on TV last night, you guys can probably give me a better answer as to what you thought the crowd split looked like on the broadcast. In person, it felt like 70-30. And that says a lot for a 100,000-person stadium. So very proud of Tennessee alum and fans for showing up in the numbers that they did. My personal road etiquette is I'm not a big shit talker during the game because I'm paranoid that I'm going to have that come back to haunt me. So I usually kind of stay a little bit quiet and keep everything internal. There was one guy in front of us. There was one Ohio State fan who was surrounded by Tennessee fans. So, he was just fighting solo the whole game, and I felt for him, but he was fighting a losing battle because he was not a very good insulter, and every single time he tried to come up with something, he was shot down real fast. We got a couple supers here. Hunter White, going to be a good game today. Merry early Christmas. Yeah, you can word rap. There it is. Merry early Christmas. Hunter, thank you for your super chat and your support. And same goes for you, Rose. We got Eli Layfield. Ohio loses to them dogs in the Natty. All right, well, you guys can start fighting now because my fight's over. I'm out. I lost. So now you guys can carry on the fight between Georgia fans and Ohio State fans because last time these two teams met at the playoffs, it was an all-time game. And if Ohio State had a better kicker, history could be very, very different. Eli, thank you for your super chat, and best of luck against the Buckeyes if that day comes because you are going to grow tired of hearing OHIO. Bro, you didn't read my third super chat. Okay. AFX. We'll throw it on screen. Do we put AFX's super chat on screen? No, he says third. Okay. Oh, I'll be a host one day, mark my words. You say that like it's a manifesto. You can just apply AFX. I wouldn't say it's easy, but go for it. I'm not stopping you. You put this out there like I'm putting you down here. I'm looking forward to working side by side you. If you bring up Stetson Bennett every single day at work, I'm going to have you move to the other office, though, because that's not going to fly. AFX, we have a few more, I feel like, super chats from you. Breadsticks. Oh, yeah. And then I want to start talking about this game, or these games a little bit here. Yeah. Pedro, Rook expectations today. Great question, because we are going to see a couple of new-ish faces, right? Younghoe Koo, if you missed it, he got placed on injured reserve. There was some nagging injury, and the Falcons just decided, let's shut you down because it's not like you're playing all that well anyway. So Riley Patterson is going to be the kicker for Atlanta for the next couple of weeks, which Browns fans watching, if you're like, why do I know that name? That's because he kicked for the Browns last week, and he was on their practice squad, and the Falcons signed him off of Cleveland's practice squad. So he goes from one channel mind to the other. As for Rook specifically, he had a nice tackle for loss against the Raiders, and coming back from that injury he suffered, the ankle injury, I feel like he's played some good football in not a huge body of work, but he's continuing to see more snaps and a larger role on this defense. And hopefully, like the way Zach Harrison ended last year with 3 sacks in his last 4 games, we can kind of go into the offseason with like, all right, we got something in Rook. Because right now, this defense needs some type of spark for the future because it's just full of players aside from A.J. Terrell and Jesse Bates of not really certainty of their long-term status on this roster. Pedro, thank you so much for your super chat. Rose, Petey, Red Lobster biscuit or Olive Garden? Does Rose know we got Olive Garden today at Chat Sports? I'm wondering if this is Jeremy Beedling's burner. I'm not a big pasta guy. Unpopular opinion, I don't really like pasta. I find it boring. I will never order pasta at a restaurant. If I go to an Italian restaurant that basically only does pasta, I'm the guy that gets the margarita pizza off the kids' menu. Like, I'm just not a big pasta goer. So I would say Red Lobster over Olive Garden every single day of the week. All right, we're pretty much caught up on Super Chats, I believe. So let's talk a little bit about the quarterbacks between these two games right here. We'll start with the Michael Penix era kicking off in just a moment, and then we have Dorian Thompson-Robinson making his first start for the Browns. For anyone that's just tuning in, by the way, Matthew Peterson. I host both these channels here at Chat Sports, which I know is a little bit of an unusual setup, but I enjoy what I do, getting to cover the NFL. And so as Chat Sports continues to grow, some hosts have to cover multiple teams. And with both teams playing at the same time today, we decided, you know what? Let's try a simulcast of basically red zone for both games here. So we're going to be doing our somewhat usual watch party, but just both games going on at the same time. So it'll be a little bit of whiplash, but I think it'll be a memorable one at the very least. As for the quarterbacks, though, so let's start with Michael Penix because he is going to make his NFL debut, first NFL career start. He's played in 2 games already this year, the Seahawks game and the Broncos game in garbage time, but it definitely appears that with Penix starting, Kirk Cousins' time in Atlanta is done. It's $90 million for not even a full season's of work. So, once again, Kirk Cousins on the Mount Rushmore of getting the bag. He continues to make a ton of money. And it's not that he's not good, but the dollars don't quite stack up to the wins he's gotten in his career. So, kudos to Kirk. The guy is set for life, and generations of little Cousins after that are also set because of his great agent work. But we're going to get the Michael Penix era underway. And I'm excited for it because I feel like this Falcons offense has been severely limited by Kirk's inability to just navigate the pocket. I mean, the moment pressure got to him, it was over. There was no stepping up. There was no flooding out. There was nothing. He would just hold on for dear life and brace for impact. It kind of reminds me of like the scene from Sully, like right before they hit the Hudson. Heads down, stay down, brace, brace. Every single time a defender got close to Kirk, it was brace, brace, because he is not going to get away from him. Plus, it felt like he couldn't even properly run play action because they couldn't put him under center and trust him to just take a normal 3-step drop back and hand it off to the running back. They had to put him pistol, or if they did put him under center, he always pitched it. So it just got very predictable for opposing defenses as the game went along. So very excited for the Penix era. I have been clamoring for this to happen for a few weeks now. The tipping point for me was truly the Chargers game. You come off the bye, you're at home, and you throw 4 interceptions. There's no reason to believe it's going to get any better from there. As for Dorian Thompson-Robinson and the Browns now, DTR makes his first start of the season. It will be his 4th career start. His 1 win came last year, we all remember, 13-10 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but if I'm just being honest here, I do not have high expectations for DTR. I do not believe DTR is a starting quarterback in the National Football League. Bailey Zappi is quarterback 2. I fully expect to see Bailey Zappi at some point in this game. He'll probably start one of the last 2 games of the season. The Browns are on to their 3rd starting quarterback. I mean, Kevin Stefanski continues to have multiple starting quarterbacks pretty much every single year except for one of his head coaching career in Cleveland. So it's been very rocky at a very important position every single year for him in the land. But DTR under center, I guess enjoy. I mean, how about this? Don't overthink it. It's Joe Burrow versus DTR here. The Bengals are in a unique, they're in a bit of a difficult predicament here of trying to navigate their way to the playoffs because they need to win out and they need the Broncos to lose out. But Denver lost on Thursday night. The Bengals play the Broncos next Saturday, 6 days from now. So if Cincinnati wins today against Cleveland and then beats the Broncos in Week 17, they go into Week 18 with a pretty straightforward path. Win, and the Broncos lose to the Chiefs, and Cincinnati is in the playoffs. Which if you're Josh Allen and the Bills, you're probably sitting at home right now going like, hey, we're probably going to be the 2 seed because the Chiefs continue to win, and they've got a 2-game lead on us with 2 games remaining, so not looking likely, but at least we don't face like Joe Burrow. Oh, wait, we do now. That's the collision course we're headed for. The 2-7, Bills hosting Burrow and the Bengals. And last time that happened, the Bengals won. So give me your score predictions. Appreciate everyone for kind of bearing with us here. We have 129 people tuned in on our Falcon stream, 102 watching on our Brown stream, 33 likes for Atlanta, 30 likes for Cleveland. Can we race to 100? See who gets to 100 likes first. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button if you have not already. Bright Wolf, that is the plan. That is the plan. But we shall see. Okay. Zachary, 28-14 Cleveland. It would be a bummer for the Browns to kind of lose that edge they've had over Cincinnati of just dominating them since Kevin Stefanski was hired as the coach. The Bengals won a game last year. They won the first game this year. So the domination in the battle for Ohio is starting to slip away from Cleveland and starting to get back towards it being 500, which the Browns haven't had a whole lot of bragging rights over anyone in the AFC North. And to lose this one, it's just like, damn. Now, really, what do we have here? Poop, Scoop, and Boogie. Petey, do you think DTR blows out the rest of the schedule? 900 yards, 6 touchdowns, curing the panic at the quarterback position. Also, do we take... No, I'm sorry. I don't think DTR is going to throw for more than 200 yards in the game. And I don't think he throws for more than 1 touchdown. I was decently high on DTR coming out of UCLA, mostly because I bet a lot on UCLA. He was there for 5 years. I got pretty familiar with him. I had a level of trust with Dorian, and it didn't take too long into the regular season last year to go yeah, this is just not a quarterback who has it when it comes to real starting potential. I think he can be a backup, and that's what he is, but nothing more. So I'm sorry, Mr. Poop. No. As for taking your running back in round 1, regardless of how DTR plays, I would not do it. I don't have an issue with taking running backs in round 1. I know that's the unpopular move. You don't pay running backs. Well, who are the top 3 running backs in the NFL right now? Mr. Justin, who would you say top 3 running backs in the NFL right now? Saquon Barkley, he was drafted by the Eagles, right? In the third? No. He was a cheap signing, though, right? No, he was pretty expensive. Who's another good running back you'd say in the NFL right now? Derrick Henry. He was a Raven. No, he wasn't either. So, yeah, no one wants to admit that paying a running back if you don't have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen as your quarterback is probably a good idea. So, as much as I do like using a first-round pick on a running back, if the player is worth it, that's a luxury item, right? It's kind of like when you're doing a home project as a kid and you want to fast forward to the fun part and your parents are like, well, we have to finish doing the, drywall. It's I just want to paint. You can't skip the drywall part. The Browns need new drywall. They need new foundation. They need an offensive line. They need to get better in the trenches. They do not have the luxury to go get Ashton Genty in round 1. They should be looking to go and beef up the offensive line. How about the defense? This defense is bottom half in the NFL. Go get a premier defender. The cornerbacks have been bad this year outside of Denzel Ward. Martin Emerson, bad year. Greg Newsome, bad year. Go get Will Johnson from the team up north. Mason Graham, I would prefer over a running back. They just need to go get important cornerstone position in the top 10 of the draft. I think you've gone too far. It was better before. So I'm in between both score. Nope. There we go. Yeah. I'm in between both score boxes. There we go. Yeah. So Poop, Scoop, and Boogie, that's my long-winded response to your question. Is DTR a starting quarterback? Yes or no? I do not think he is. Meanwhile, score predictions for the Falcons-Giants game. Bright Wolf 42-3 Atlanta. Mobile 38-10. Michael Penix goes crazy. Trey, good to see you in the chat. Hope you're having a better day than I am. It was a rough morning. The worst part, by the way, of getting up early for a flight is it's not like school or work where you can kind of do the song and dance of I can stay in bed a little bit longer. No, I can't. I'm going to miss my flight. And I do have a superpower. I can fall asleep on any plane at any time of the day. When I flew to Columbus, it was a 3 p.m. flight. I was lights out within 5 minutes of takeoff. I woke up to us landing. Bit of a bumpy landing, too. Ooh, Reed. You dirty dog. All right, let's show them the deal that my boss handed down to us here. There's one for each, actually. So here we go. We got a couple of Super Chats climbing on in here. I know it's a bit of a unique watch party. There'll be no Super Chat menu per se, really, like we usually do. If you want to support the channel, Super Chats do go a long way. But here's what we're rocking and rolling with. So what my boss said was, hey, whatever the area code is, this was like kind of company-wide, for the opposing team, if you reach that area code in Super Chats, jersey raffle. So for the Falcons, it's area code 212 for NYC. If we can get to $212 in Super Chats, we'll do a jersey raffle. If you Super Chatted before we reach 212, you're included. Any amount gets you added to it. Meanwhile, for the Browns, over here, $513, 513 is the area code for Cincinnati. So not really all that fair, but that's just the way the cookie crumbled today. So the same, deal. If we can get to 513 Super Chats, $513 in Super Chats for the Browns, we will do a jersey raffle. So that's kind of the deal, I guess, we're kind of offering today. And it's a little bit of a fun, unique one. It's not a great deal for someone. I mean, what's it the worst? What's a 901? That's a tough one. A 9 area code would be a bad beat right there. So if you do enjoy the channel and you like the free content and you want to get entered into a jersey raffle potentially, we reach these numbers right here, we can do one. And if you Super Chat before we get to that number, you are included in that raffle. All right. With that being said, I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time is an awesome place to visit because they offer this thing called Game Time Picks. What that means is that you can find tickets while filtering out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. One thing I love about Game Time is their all-in pricing option. Toggling this feature shows the total upfront cost with no surprise fees at checkout. Plus, they offer the Game Time guarantee. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game time. All right, we have 200 people watching over on our Falcon stream right now, 134 on our Brown stream at the moment. Falcons are leading in the like battle 47-41. Meanwhile, the Browns channel is leading in the Super Chat battle 22-6. So if you're a bit of a competitive person, you want to have some fun with the other channel, because we are doing a simulcast today. What that means is this stream is going to two different YouTube channels. Our Browns channel, everything's reversed for me. Our Browns channel and our Falcons channel. So both teams playing at the same time. As the host of both channels, I wanted to do a watch party for both. So we're kind of doing Red Zone, but just for 2 games. So think of like Scott Hansen, who, by the way, I'm boycotting. No longer 7 hours of commercial-free football. That was a fucking joke. We got 30-second commercial ads. Did not appreciate that, Scott. I have gone to war for Scott Hansen, defending him and anointing him as the better Red Zone host over what's-his-face from DirecTV for all those years. But Andrew Siciliano, but no longer. That one cut deep, Scott. You broke my trust. But Trey with a $10 super chat. So yeah, imagine Red Zone for 2 games, pretty much. We'll be doing Browns and Broncos, which are both at 1 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to get a little bit turbulent if both teams are like at the goal line at the same time. But I think it'll just be kind of fun because, let's be honest, the Browns game, there's nothing Cleveland has to play for other than playing spoiler, which is not a bad thing, but it's not super captivating. Whereas the Falcons are fighting for a playoff spot.
I'm excited
Trey,
to hear your calls.
Petey, there's reports Kirk will be cut in March. How much you buying into this? 110%. That's what I said on Tuesday or Wednesday's video, once they benched Cousins for Penix, there was no doubt he was going to be released. I'll tell you right now what the future is. Ready? Kirk Cousins is released, I guess, officially on the first day of the new league year, which is March 12th, because if he's on the roster March 17th, he gets an additional $10 million guaranteed. So Atlanta will bite the bullet. It'll be a $65 million dead cap hit. They will probably designate him as a post-June 1 release to split that $65 million over 2025 and 2026. And then I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns then sign Kirk Cousins to a $1.75 million vet minimum contract, and the Falcons have to pay the $25 million remaining balance on his salary. And Kevin Stefanski tries to get old Kirk Cousins and hopes that with a little bit more time away from his injury, he can go back to being that dominant play-action quarterback he was for the Vikings for so long. Plus, he overlapped with Cousins in Minnesota. Although I will add, Kirk Cousins was better after Stefanski. However, he also had this guy named Justin Jefferson after Stefanski. And that might have played a factor in Cousins' numbers improving, just marginally. However, to me, it seems clear that the Browns are going to explore every possible option to avoid starting Deshaun Watson in Week 1 of 2025. I'm not convinced they are going to find a great option. They are going to sign a quarterback in free agency because they have to, right? They just need a backup, even if they did want to roll it back with Watson. DTR to me is not a backup. Well, he's a backup, but not a good enough backup where they need someone to really push Watson for the starting role. So Jacoby Brissett, I think, is a real intriguing option. I doubt they roll it back with Jameis. They just benched him. That'd be kind of weird. Hey, we don't want you to start anymore, but we do want you back for another season. Make that make sense. There's not a quarterback in the draft that's going to come in here and compete for a starting job. It's not a very good quarterback draft class. And if you're banking on a Brock Purdy pick being made, I too want to win the lottery. Like, that's not a good bet to make. How are you going to pay your bills this month? I got some lotto tickets. That's really going to cash checks for you? Unlikely. Trey, I do appreciate your super chat. Okay. As we inch closer and closer to Christmas Day, what is your favorite Christmas movie? Let me know in the comment section. Favorite Christmas movie. My, below the surface, under the radar one, not the super generic elf pick, is I love Deck the Halls. Deck the Halls, Danny DeVito, Matthew Broderick. If you're looking for a switch up and you want to watch a different Christmas movie, that's a good one. Can't go wrong. It's got Kristen Chenoweth. It's star-studded. It's got the lady from Sex and the City, not in the City. Yeah, Mandela Effect. You know that? Do you know that, Justin?
See, I would say Mandela Effect, but I never saw the show. I never saw the I guess title or whatever.
Yeah.
I just heard about it.
Right.
So I thought it was Sex in the City because that's what it sounded like, but everyone says stuff differently.
Zach saying it can only be Christmas Vacation. In the airport this morning, someone was wearing a Christmas ugly sweater, and it was what was the line from Christmas Vacation? I don't know, Margot. What's the line? Someone help me out here. I'm falling. But that one made me laugh. Die Hard, good one, AFX. I think Die Hard's I guess I can't say Die Hard's a Christmas movie because the logic I use to say Home Alone might not be a Christmas movie would also apply to Die Hard. But I like Die Hard. Good one. Beth, Miracle on 34th Street. I've never seen that movie. I feel like everyone's got an embarrassing movie series or two they've never seen. I've never seen any of the Harry Potters, and I've never seen Miracle on 34th Street. Time Man the Buckeye going Home Alone. Excellent choice, Mr. Time Man. The Bright Wolf, Polar Express. That's Reed's favorite. I don't know, Margot. Thank you. Music. Jingle All the Way. Good one. By the way, Matthew Petey fan. Petey is the GOAT, my burner. My family spent 30 minutes trying to figure out who in the family is this person. after watching the last stream, and I was like, I think it's just a fan. Unless it's one of my friends who's been like in it for the long game and tunes in every single Sunday, I think it's just someone who hops aboard. But the confusion was where that profile picture came in from. So maybe you are a family member and you've just done a great job of flying under the radar. Kathy, A Christmas Story. I only have Jacob Kistner in the Browns chat to back me up today. It's you and me. Roddy, Christmas is for Christmas, Die Hard Part 1 and Home Alone Christmas movies. Okay. Oh, Christmas is for Die Hard. I've only seen the first Die Hard. I was flipping through the channel last night, and I came across the very, very end of Die Hard 2. So I know how it ends, but I had a feeling it ended similar to Die Hard 1. All right. We do have to give a quick shout-out, or I should say quick promo, to a couple of fun things we have going on here at Chat Sports, and that is complete coverage for the college football playoff. So we will have watch parties for all 4 of these games. If you are looking to take in Oregon, Ohio State, Arizona State, Texas, Georgia, Notre Dame, Boise State, Penn State, in a similar environment like this, in a watch party setting, or maybe you don't have the ability to watch these games on TV, or maybe you do, but you just want to watch it on TV and with us, whatever your reason may be, make sure you join us here at Chat Sports. Go ahead and subscribe to the mothership. It's just Chat Sports in YouTube, or you can just type in the link that's at the bottom of the screen. But if you want to hang out with us for the 4 semifinal or quarterfinal games in the college football playoff, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We've got AFX with a super chat. I've seen every episode of Miraculous Ladybug. I'm a 19-year-old male. I'm done supering. I'm running out of money. AFX, you have said this like 5 times now, and now you're starting to remind me of me when I'm at the casino, and I'm like, this is my last run. I call the ATM the teat. This is my last run to the teat, and next thing I know, a couple of runs later, and I'm still no better at roulette. Although I do have a crazy roulette story, because I went to the casino in Columbus on Friday night. Yeah, me and my buddy went. And it was $5 minimum at blackjack, which I was like, okay, we can kind of play for a little while here.
That's awesome.
And there was some, good people watching. There was one guy who was just filled for one-liners. But anyway, did not do very well at blackjack. But I did cash in my tickets for Notre Dame beating and covering Indiana. So I took that money, and I was like, hey, I've got $25 out of this. You've got $10. Let's pool this together, and let's put it down on some numbers for roulette. So he picked a few numbers. I picked a few numbers. One of my numbers, 9, hit. $5 on 9, 5 times 34, decent payout. And then I said, stop. Let's put all that on black. And it hit. Whoa! And so he said, I want my half, and I want to get out. And I go, okay, I'm going to take my half and put it all on odd. Because I'm a big black and odd. Me too. It was not odd. Aww. 6 ruined my night. So nearly recovered all my losses. Fortunately not to be. AFX, thank you for the super, though.
Did you have fun, though?
Kinda. I enjoyed watching. It was a nice sports book, so I enjoyed watching Notre Dame, Indiana there. I just had a ton of. I like having local craft beer whenever I kind of travel. I don't go across the country to drink their Michelob. So I got a local Columbus beer, 6-1 something. It was a very good beer. I liked it a lot. And some good wings. Although, all right, what would you do if you were my shoes? I ordered wings. I ordered 8 wings. 6 came out. Would you say something to the waiter?
Yes. Hey, I'm missing 2 wings.
I was pretty hungry, and wings are expensive. Jeebus H. Christ! A $200 super chat just flew in on our Falcons channel. Oh my gosh. Jeebus. I'm speechless.
I'm speechless.
Jeebus. Everyone in both channels, spam Jeebus, please. Because that's the perfect name for what my reaction is to this. Jeebus H. Christ. Merry Winter Solace Festival / Resurrected God Festival to all the poly, monotheists, and atheists out there. Wow, that was quite the biblical sentence. When you are not there, Matt, I have to watch Ainge chat and laugh at their misery. Hopefully I didn't curse our Falcons. Jeebus, first off, thank you for all of your support for the channel over the entire season and year. And that's why we're doing a simulcast today. I did not want to pick one over the other, so I figured, why not both? So I appreciate everyone's kind of patience and understanding as we do a simulcast for both the Falcons and the Browns game. Did not want to miss Michael Penix's first start, but didn't want to miss the Browns game as well. So we're going to do a unique simulcast. But Jeebus, thank you so much. Your super chat, by the way, what was the super chat number to reach? 212? Yeah, I think the NYC area code is 212. There were 2 area codes. One started at 8, and I was like, no, we'll go with the 212. Boss didn't say I had to pick the larger of the 2. But Jeebus, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate you as always. Unbelievable. And now we're going to do a jersey raffle at the end of the game for our Falcons channel. Once Browns, because I believe in the dog pound, reaches their number to beat, which is 5-something, 513, whatever the Cincinnati area code is, we'll do a jersey raffle for the dog pound. But Jeebus, unbelievable. Whew. Wow. Jeebus, thank you so much. And I'm glad that I can be with you guys for the rest of the season because the next week, Atlanta plays on Sunday night. The Browns play at 4:05 Eastern. That's a weird time for a Browns home game. 4:05. That's usually like a Cardinals game. And then the Week 18, we'll have to wait and see. Jeebus. Whew. We did have a couple other supers fly in. Jeebus, thank you. We do have some eggnog shots here. And I was going to do, I think I owed 2 eggnog shots because I was going to do $10 super chat eggnog shot. Trey sent one earlier, and I always forget about my own rules I make. I'm a bad commissioner. And now Jeebus sending in, I mean, I should probably finish the bottle and then another one for a $200 super. Oh. You ready? So Reed, you got it, is going to take the other one. Cannonball! Cannonball coming!
Cannonball!
It's a little harsh. That feels extra Evan Williams-y. That felt like the Evan Williams was sitting at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Like the first shot ever was like very eggnog-y, like a little splash of Evan Williams. Not that one.
It hit. I was going to say it hit the back of my throat.
Yeah.
Pause.
100%. FSD Bama. The Christmas card. The Christmas cards are, I don't remember if you're saying that you're someone who emailed earlier or you would like one starting now, but they're on their way out. So they're in transit. Aiden. Hoping Penix goes off today, but I got confidence in him. Big Penix energy. So speaking of this, Aiden, I meant to talk about it over the week when Penix was announced as the starter, and he shared a $10 super chat. That's a shot of eggnog. I meant to share the little story, Cannonball coming, that Penix offered up, how he was at Costco about to get a hot dog, or got a hot dog, and then got the phone call he was starting and was no longer hungry. I would probably have the same reaction. I am a little nervous that he lost his appetite with that amount of, like, nerves coming up on him. Maybe every quarterback would have the same reaction, but, like, I would want my quarterback, and now I'm kind of getting a little bit nitty-gritty, go like, I'll take 2 hot dogs. I'm that hungry.
Maybe it's excitement, and he just, like, lost his appetite?
Possibly.
Or just, like,
I've never heard of losing appetite over excitement. Spin zone, maybe it's a good thing a Falcons quarterback didn't want to have a dog after getting starting news.
Oh.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Too soon? Too soon.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Because did you see that there's 2 lefty quarterbacks on the Falcons with named Michael and their last name 1 letter away from male genitalia?
No.
Yep.
What's the other one? Michael, you said 2 lefty quarterbacks on the Falcons roster.
No, in the Falcons' history.
Oh, history. I was like,
Yeah.
there's another lefty. Like,
starting-
Nathan Peterman's not a
Two
lefty.
starting Falcon.
Oh, you're right. There's some perverts
Isn't
over in
that
Atlanta.
weird?
That is a little freaky.
I saw it online. I was like,
I
what
had not
the
seen
heck?
that connection. You're right. Invalid argument. Stuck at work, but still here. Let's go Browns. Invalid argument. Thank you for tuning in, and tell your boss to go screw himself. If they make you work on a Sunday, that's that's like 3 to 5 years, no probation, I'd say. Matthew Hancock tuning in from across the pond.
I also agree with this. I'm a big Harry Potter guy.
Please use this money to go and rent Harry Potter and watch it. I can't take you seriously until you do. Hey, from across the pond, go Browns. No surprise that this side. Everything's reversed for me, sorry. That our British fan base here wants me to watch Harry Potter. I feel like I've gone so long, I can't start now. It's almost like a badge of honor. It's kind of like a cool, conversation starter at a cocktail party. Like, I haven't seen Harry Potter. Everyone's got that movie series they've never seen. Reed and Justin, what are your embarrassing movie series you've never seen? And everyone says, you've never seen that? And you go, no. And I kind of don't want to anymore because I've gone this long without it.
I don't know if it's a series.
Franchise.
Never seen Star Trek.
I don't think that's a criminal act. I don't think you have to see Star Trek.
There's a couple movies that people are like, you haven't seen that? Like, I haven't seen Goodfellas. Haven't seen Scarface.
I've seen Scarface. I haven't seen Goodfellas.
Haven't seen Shutter Island.
I haven't seen The Godfather.
Haven't seen The Godfather either.
Yeah, I think it's just more of a generational. It just wasn't as popular when I was younger.
People go, you haven't seen The Godfather? I'm like
no.
No. Sorry.
Justin, what's your biggest crime of I have not seen this?
I suppose if we're talking movie series, I watched one half of John Wick.
I've never seen John Wick either.
But I didn't see all the other ones. So.
Yeah. I've never seen John Wick.
John Wick is awesome. But sometimes it's
not a Fast and Furious guy. Yeah. I've seen the Tokyo one, Tokyo Drift. But that's the only one I've ever seen. All right, Matthew. I'll think about it. Not looking good, though, that I still watch it. Everyone says it's great, and I'm sure it is. But I've gone this long. I kind of just want to keep that going.
I think maybe you can secretly do it. Secretly watch it, and then be like, oh yeah, I've never seen Harry Potter.
Right.
But, watch it if you wanted to.
He's him with a $2 super chat. He's him. I think we missed you last week. Did we not? I saw he's him was talking shit about me on which watch party, though? Watch Human Centipede. It's an instant classic. I do not do scary movies. I don't see the enjoyment in watching them. Was it Clemson, Texas? Yeah, that sounds about right. So I will not be watching Human Centipede. I hate scary movies. I find it to be a waste of time because I don't walk away from that going, I had fun. No, I was terrified the whole time. Nathan, how about them Vols? I addressed it at the very start of our show, but I'm sure some people missed it. So, yeah, I will just quickly and for one last time kind of recap my thoughts from last night's loss. I was at the game, and credit to Ohio State. They, dominated at every position. They were the better team. They played their best. We played our worst. But there's no, refs or blaming or anything like that. It's just Ohio State dominated, and I'm not going to take anything away from the Buckeyes. They played a great game, and I'm proud of Tennessee fans for showing up like they did. I'm sure Ohio State fans will admit begrudgingly that there were more opposing fans at that game than any other game at the Shoe, and my one spiteful comment is the Shoe kind of sucks. I mean, I didn't do a whole walking tour around it, but by no means am I going to tell people, oh, you got to go to the Shoe at least once. Also, you guys will definitely not enjoy this, but now I'm just kind of getting fired up. Not a very loud environment. It did get loud at key times, but it was a little church-esque during the TV timeouts. Slight library vibes. And I know everyone says great things about their own stadium, but Tennessee during TV timeouts, it kind of becomes a concert. There's a DJ, there's a light show, it's
Texas,
honestly a little bit of a club.
Texas was the same thing.
Yeah. And at the Shoe, It was, at one point, if anyone watching was at the game, at one point they had like the craziest little entertainment. They had the people that are in those like little blow-up balls, and they run into each other and knock each other. They were doing some relay race, but no one knew the rules to it. And it was just battle royale out there. And then all of a sudden, they were ushered off the field by the officials because the game was about to start. And that was probably the most entertaining thing they did during TV timeouts. And unfortunately, people that work in stadium operations and, in stadium entertainment have a very difficult job because they have to try their absolute best to make sure you are watching the field at all times and not playing on your phone. And that's very difficult to compete with. But that's my little dish at Ohio State. But team-wise, they were the better team. So I got nothing. Prize Picks. Quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super fun and super simple to use. All you do is pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks now offers Venmo and MasterCard for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this season. All you got to do is download the app and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Here's an example of my selections for week 16. So if you like my selections, feel free to download the Prize Picks app and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, we have 350 people watching over on our Falcons channel, 251 on our Browns channel. Falcons channel at 88 likes, Browns channel at 75 likes. So let's see which channel can get to 100 likes first. Hit that thumbs up button if you have not already. Also, if you do enjoy the free content we provide here, liking the video definitely goes a long way, but also consider subscribing. We're going to give you free daily content. Don't look at subscribe as like a attachment or something like that. It's just getting more Browns content or Falcons content on your feed every single day. We are closing in on kickoff here between the Browns and the Bengals and the Falcons and the Giants. We're going to be doing both games at once. So it'll be a little bit turbulent at times depending on where the teams are on the field, but I'll be doing my absolute best to kind of keep you guys up to speed on where things are for both games. So a little bit of patience and a little bit of flexibility with this not being a traditional watch party. But here we go. It is Browns and Falcons time here at Chat Sports. Happy to have everyone along with us for the ride. Hit that thumbs up button if you are just filing on in. No, AFX, you cannot swap out Stetson Bennett for Bundle-Ruski because you know I hate that commercial. So, Graham Gano kicks it off for the Giants. Avery Williams touches it down in the end zone for a touchback. And Michael Penix takes the field as the Browns return the opening kickoff by Jerome Ford to their own 22-yard line. So both the Browns and Falcons offense will start the opening half, and Michael Penix will break the huddle for his first career start. He is the 6th rookie to start this year. The only other first-round pick that has not started, J.J. McCarthy, suffered a season-ending knee injury in the preseason. So we'll go back and forth a little bit between these two games, but let's start with the opening snap in Atlanta for Michael Penix, who's in the pistol formation, wearing the throwback uniforms, as DTR is in shotgun. Both teams snap it simultaneously, and Penix gets hit as he throws, but his pass is dropped. Meanwhile, Jerome Ford is off to the races, and Ford is taken down at the 10-yard line, and the Browns are immediately in business. Big play from Jerome Ford. That's another huge run for him the last couple of weeks. As Penix's first pass is incomplete, Jerome Ford is able to just slice his way through the middle of the defense, and some great blocking, it looks like, from Elijah Moore, and that is all she wrote on that opening play for the Browns. Meanwhile, Penix and Atlanta, 2nd and 10 at their own 30, and it's a run for Bijan, who gets 3 yards. Meanwhile, Cleveland inside the game-time red zone after the monster run for Jerome Ford, who is going to be the RB1 with Nick Chubb out the rest of the year. They have 1st and 10 at their own 11-yard line. Atlanta will have 3rd and 7 coming out of the huddle as Dorian Thompson-Robinson hands it off for a 1-yard gain. Here comes Penix and the Falcons offense on 3rd and 7. Inside their own 35, Giants showing pressure on the rookie. How does he handle it? Snap is off, pressure's on the way, and Penix will throw over the middle, caught Drake London down at the New York 48, a gain of 15 yards, and Penix's first completion of the game goes to London for a successful first down. 2nd and 9 at the 10-yard line for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Design quarterback run, DTR using his legs, tripped up just inside the 5, will be 3rd and short for Cleveland, who's already in the red zone thanks to a Jerome Ford monster run on first down. 3rd and 2 for the Browns. Meanwhile, Atlanta has 1st and 10 just across the 50-yard line. All the super chats we get in will hit at the next commercial break. And the Giants are going to jump off sides on 1st and 10 and gift 5 yards to Atlanta's offense. 3rd and 2 for Dorian Thompson-Robinson as we peek into the Browns game here. And they're going to have to burn a timeout with the play clock winding down. So Cleveland calls timeout number 1 on 3rd and short from about the 3.5-yard line. Now we have 1st and 5 for Penix in the pistol at the New York 43. Snap to Penix. It's a run for Robinson, who cuts it back, looking for space. He gets some. 1st down and more. Penix a run for about 9 yards on 1st and 5, and the Falcons continue to march down the field on this opening drive thanks to Robinson and London. Up next, we have the Browns coming out of their timeout with a 3rd and short inside the 5-yard line. Third and 2. Penix hands it off, and Deontay Foreman's into the end zone for a touchdown, I think, or they might spot him short. They're going to spot him short. I thought he was in. If they review this, it could get overturned. But we haven't seen much of Deontay Foreman because of Nick Chubb's return. He's been the healthy scratch each week. And he is short. He is going to be half a yard short, but it will be 1st and goal for Cleveland at the 1.5-yard line. Peeking into the Falcons game after a nice run by Bijan on 1st and 10 earlier. They're facing 2nd and 10. Penix climbing into the pistol. DTR hands it off to Foreman, who I think is going to get on a second try. Touchdown Cleveland. And meanwhile, the Falcons have 8 yards on 2nd and 10 thanks to Ray McLeod. But Deontay Foreman puts Northeast Ohio on the board first in the battle for Ohio as the Browns cap off a nice drive fueled by a long Jerome Ford run with a 1-yard touchdown plunge by Deontay Foreman. And Kevin Stefanski and Dorian Thompson-Robinson with an impressive opening drive in Cincinnati. He fumbled. I don't think this is going to be a touchdown after reviewing it. We'll come back to this. This touchdown for Cleveland might come away. We'll see if oh, God, I don't think it's a touchdown. Meanwhile, Penix firing deep down the right sideline on 3rd and 2. It's incomplete, and the Falcons have 4th and 2 in plus territory. Let's look back at the DTR handoff to Foreman, who definitely fumbled and definitely did not break the barrier. I think this is going to be overturned and Bengals football. I think it's we'll see what they rule, but that to me looks like a fumble.
If there's no distinct recovery during like that play, and there's nobody that picked it up, then they can't call it Bengals football.
43-yard field goal attempt for Riley Patterson is no good. The new kicker for the Falcons, who is taking over for the injured Younghoe Koo, misses a 43-yard field goal, pushes it wide left. He was kicking for the Browns last week, and in his first game for Atlanta, he misses a relatively easy field goal. So, scoreless in Atlanta. Their opening drive comes up nothing thanks to a missed field goal. But to go back to what we were talking about with Deontay Foreman, to me it looked like the Bengals clearly recovered it. So the question is, did he break the barrier before he crossed or before he fumbled? I don't think he did. I think there's a chance this might be Cincinnati football after the commercial break. So put a pin in 6-0 Browns for the moment. Call on the field was a touchdown. It looked like to me he definitely fumbled. He was not down, and I don't think he crossed the goal line. But did they see a clear and obvious recovery by Cincinnati? Make sure to subscribe if you're looking for more watch parties. Hit that sub button down below. Hundreds of people tuned in right now, so I really appreciate everyone for calling us home this Sunday. We had a couple of supers flying in. We can hit those right now as both games are at commercial. We're doing a simulcast if you're just joining us for both the Falcons game and the Browns game, the host of both channels here, with both games being at the same time. It felt like the only good option was, why don't we do like a red zone style watch party where we're doing both games at once? It would be nice if they could kind of space each other out a little bit in terms of like the game flow. Maybe one goes into the half, the other one comes out of the half, but we'll see. We are back in Cincinnati. The call on the field was touchdown. Let's see what they decide to rule, though, with what it looked to me like a fumble. And I think, I don't know. I can't really tell. Call overturned, and it is Bengals ball. Bengals football at the 1-yard line. Deontay Foreman fumbled, recovered by Cincinnati. No touchdown for Cleveland. Still 0-0. Burrow under center, I formation. And false start by the right guard for Cincinnati. No, the Browns player was not in the neutral zone. He was not in the neutral zone. Oh, they're going to call neutral zone infraction. That's a bad call, Brad. I think it was Diabate. He was not in the neutral zone. Giants have first and 10 at their own 33 as Drew Lock, the quarterback, dumps it off into the flat to Malik Neighbors, who is going to find about 5 or so yards. So 1st and 5 for the Bengals. They are out to their own 6-yard line now. Burrow in the gun. Takes the snap. It's a throw to his left, and it's caught by Jamar Chase. Gain of 4 will be 2nd and short. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, 2nd and 4 for the Giants. Atlanta's 43-yard field goal attempt was wide left by Riley Patterson. Locke drops back on 2nd and 4, looking to pass, rolling to his right, keeping his eyes upfield. Now he'll try and run with it. He's pushed out of bounds, but he just threw it away at the last moment, and they'll say incomplete pass. 3rd and 4 coming up. Bengals have 2nd and 1 at their own 10-yard line. Joe Burrow takes the snap. It's a handoff, and it'll be a 1st down run for Cincinnati. Giants have 3rd and short. Falcons fans watching, spam 3 in the chat. 3rd down for Atlanta's defense trying to get off the field. 3rd and 4. At their own 39-yard line. Drew Lock takes the snap. Throws down the right side. That is over the head of the intended receiver, Wan'Dale Robinson. Incomplete. 4th and 4. Giants will punt. 1st and 10 for Burrow, just across his own 10. Handoff to Jamar Chase on the end around, and Chase will get 7 yards. Diabate making the tackle, brings up 2nd down and 4. Giants are going to punt it away. Scoreless in both games so far in the opening quarter, with about identical times remaining of 10 minutes and change. Jamie Gillian, the old Browns punter, kicking it away, the Scottish Hammer for New York. Fair catch made at the 9-yard line. Turning our attention to Cincinnati. Burrow throws right side. It's caught. Jamar Chase slips out of a tackle, and Chase on 2nd and 3 gets about 15 yards as Cincinnati started this drive at the 1-yard line, and they're already out towards midfield. Cody, Penix looking like he should have been starting from day one. I mean, he's 2 for 5 so far, so I don't know if that's the reaction I have just yet. We're doing a simulcast for both watch parties if you're just tuning in, so a little bit like Red Zone. I know it's going to be a little bit knee-jerky and whatnot, but really appreciate everyone for watching with us either way. 1st and 10 for Burrow. It's a handoff right side. Chase Brown, plenty of room to run. Brown across the 50, pushed out of bounds by Juan Thornhill. And this Deontay Foreman touchdown that was wiped away because of a fumble might result in a 14-point swing with the Bengals marching down the field. Joshua Miller with a $2 super. We got a couple of supers we'll get to in just a moment. Yeah, Reed, it's not 6-0 Browns. Sorry about that, everyone. Nope. I'm a magician. 1st and 10. Burrow looking to pass. Going to the right side to a wide open T. Higgins, who is shoved out of bounds at the 25. Higgins and Chase carving up Cleveland's defense on this drive for Cincinnati. Atlanta still at commercial break after forcing a 3-and-out following their own missed field goal. The Falcons have 1st and 10 at their own 9 when they return. Meanwhile, the Bengals have 1st and 10 just outside the game time red zone. Pitch left to Chase Brown. He wiggles out of some contact. He's inside the 10, shoved out of bounds at the 5. The Bengals need to win out, and they need the Broncos to lose the last 2 games for Cincinnati to make the playoffs. They play Denver on Saturday in 6 days. A win today, and then a win next week, and Week 18 will be must-see television for the folks in Cincinnati. First and goal for the Bengals. Meanwhile, Atlanta has 1st and 10 at their own 10, and a run for Bijan Robinson goes for 6 yards. Burrow on 1st and goal is tripped up, but he throws it to the end zone. Touchdown, T. Higgins. Was Burrow's knee down before he released the football? Call in the field is touchdown Bengals. His knee might have been down as he began to release the pass. So we'll check that out, but for the time being, Bengals 99-yard touchdown drive. 2nd and 3 for Penix and the Falcons. I think Burrow's knee is down. I think this is going to be a sack. It's close. A run for Robinson is good for a 1st down. Let's take one more look at Burrow's knee just as the pass was released. I think they're going to call it a touchdown. It was kind of close to being simultaneous. Here's the best look. He's down. I think he's down. I think this should be a sack, not a touchdown. Penix on 1st and 10, throwing to the right, and it's incomplete. They're going to review the touchdowns they always do, and it's going to be a touchdown. Extra point for the Bengals. So a 14-point swing as the extra point is up and good by, I think, Cade York. I think he's still the kicker there, right? Old Browns kicker. Kicking in Cincinnati. 2nd and 10 for Penix now as the Falcons offense sits at their own 24-yard line. Throw to his tight end, and not Kyle Pitts. No, I'm sorry, Drake London, actually. London's got the size of a tight end at times. 3rd and 5 coming up. $487 people watching on our Brown stream. We got 561 watching on our Falcon stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. I know it's an unusual watch party, but I cover both the Browns and the Falcons here at Chat Sports. And with both teams playing at the same time, we wanted to do a simulcast watch party, kind of like Red Zone. 3rd and 5 for Penix as the Cleveland game is at commercial. Michael Penix takes a snap, Looking, pump faking, running, tripped up and tackled, 1 yard gain. It'll be 4th and 4. And the Atlanta offense will punt. So the Browns just gave up a 99-yard touchdown drive after Deontay Foreman fumbled at the 1 yard line. And Penix and the Falcons get a first down, but not much more after that. Reed, we have a couple of supers, so I know you're juggling a million things, but when you have a moment, try and catch up on all those supers that flew in. Christopher, salute to you. Thank you for your support. Punt return for the Giants is going to get out to the 30. That's where Drew Lock will start. So we got a few supers. If you want to get on screen, you have a question or a take you want to share, or you just want to support the channel, super chats definitely go a long way. So from He's Him, it was quiet, I think you mean to say, because it was 3 scores after 8 minutes. Yeah, it wasn't very quiet in the stadium. Buckeye fans were very happy with the first 8 minutes of that game. First quarter altogether. So I was quiet, definitely. I was quiet. That's all I can say. And we have a few other supers that have climbed on in here. Sky High Videos, do you think Penix can throw for over 400 yards today? This was asked before the game kicked off, but my answer now and then back then it would have been no. It is crazy that Kirk Cousins, 14 games for Atlanta, $90 million, all-time single-game passing leader, made quite the impression. But no, I do not believe that Penix can throw for 400 yards in his NFL debut. Or NFL, I should say debut. It's his 3rd game in the regular season, but his first start. Oh, my favorite commercial, Reed. I love, yeah. Storm chasing. Let's go Browns here as a Broncos fan. If the Bengals lose, they are eliminated from postseason contention, and that makes next week a huge stress reliever for Denver. Storm chasing, thank you for watching. As the Browns kick return is going to get out to the 25, and Jerome Ford is tackled shortly afterwards. First and 10 for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Had a great opening drive, mostly because of a Jerome Ford run that had him at the 11-yard line after one play. But a Deontay Foreman goal line fumble wiped away a touchdown. Right call and everything. First and 10 for DTR in his first start of the season, 4th of his career. He lines up under center at his own 27. DTR takes the snap, and he's got pressure on him immediately. A corner blitz, and DTR never stood a chance. It's Hilton coming off the edge untouched. Giants have the football as we return from commercial in Atlanta. Drew Lock has first and 10 at his own 30-yard line. And a handoff for the G-Men's good for 3 yards. Second and 16 after the sack for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He takes the snap, throws a slant that is dropped, and not by a receiver, but by Cam Taylor-Britt, the DB. And now it's 3rd and long. Drew Lock, 2nd and 6, just inside his own 35-yard line. Takes the snap. Throws it to the left side, and Malik Neighbors with a couple of blockers stays on his feet, and that's why he goes as early as he did in the draft. Should have been a gain of 1. Instead, it's a gain of 5 or 6, and we're right around the first down marker. DTR on 3rd and 16 takes the snap, pump fakes. It's a screen to Jordan Akins, and Akins gets about 7 or 8 yards, and we'll bring up 4th down, and Cleveland will punt. So the Browns are going to punt, trail 7-0 halfway through the first quarter. Meanwhile, scoreless still in Atlanta, but the Giants with Malik Neighbors fighting for extra yards have first and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Lock, play action. It's a screen to his running back who's got some room to run, and 9 yards for New York as they get out towards the 50. Corey Bajork gets on yet again. No one has been as busy as he has across the punting community this year. He leads all NFL punters in punts and yards. His punt this time, not some of his best work. It's caught at the 28-yard line. So Burrow with a 7-0 lead will have average starting field position with 5.5 to go. 2nd and 1 down in Atlanta. Malik Neighbors has left the game with what looks to be like a bit of a shoulder injury, just the way he was holding it walking on the sideline. I formation for Locke. It's a handoff, and it's a bit of an unorganized one, but Tyrone Tracy, the Purdue Boilermaker, gets about 5 yards and a first down into Atlanta territory. Habu94, who cares about the Falcons? Habu, what we're doing here is a simulcast. I host both our Browns and Falcons channel at Chat Sports. So with both teams playing at the same time and so late in the season, I didn't want to pick one over the other. So we're doing both games kind of like Red Zone. So for anyone wondering what the heck is going on, this is the shortened spiel, and I really appreciate you guys understanding. 1st and 10 for the Giants, a run of 5 yards. These bots are atrocious. Time Man the Buckeye is working overtime. Cleveland's game is at commercial. 2nd and 5 for the Giants at the Atlanta 41. It's a run to the left, and about a 3-yard gain brings up 3rd and short. Still scoreless in Atlanta. Third and 1. Drew Lock takes the snap, fake pitch, rolls to his right, has pressure. Pass is completed to his tight end. And Daniel Bellinger moves the sticks on 3rd and 1 as the Giants making their way towards the Falcons' red zone. I'm guessing the ESPN thing is not working. First and 10 in Cincinnati as Joe Burrow keeps it for himself and he throws on the move to Jamar Chase, who's able to run his way across the first down marker, gain of 15. Meanwhile, the Giants on 1st and 10 get 8 hard-fought yards through Wan'Dale Robinson. I'd say both the Bengals and the Giants are probably winning their one-on-one matchups so far in the first quarter. First and 10 for Burrow at his own 41-yard line. Cincinnati leading 7-0 thanks to a T. Higgins touchdown as Burrow throws and has a man wide open. Guess who? Jamar Chase. Bengals, just like that, are already across midfield. The Giants, by the way, just entered the red zone on the ground. This has been a nice drive by Drew Lock as Malik Neighbors checks back into the game after leaving with an apparent shoulder, upper body injury, something to that nature. First and 10 for the Bengals. First and 10 for the Giants. Both teams about 20 yards away from each other in terms of field position. As Burrow hands it off and a Chase Brown run for 3 yards. And Wan'Dale Robinson, who is one of the most sticky gloves guy in the league. Great player when it comes to receptions. gets 4 yards, brings up 2nd and 6. Falcons are getting some help right now, by the way, in D.C. The Eagles are beating the Commanders. Falcons fans watching are rooting for the Commanders to lose, making next Sunday night potentially for the wild card. 2nd and 7, pistol formation for Joe Burrow. Pump fake, and then finds his running back Chase Brown for a gain of 10 and a first down. Meanwhile, in Atlanta on 2nd and 4, Tracy is able to pick up the first with his legs, and that will bring up, I think, 1st and goal. They're inside the game time red zone. Desire best. Go Brownies. Need the Bengals to lose. Go Broncos. Desire best. Thank you for tuning in and for watching. And we're all rooting for the Browns today. Joshua Miller, repping the 95, 100th sack is coming. Would love it right about now here, as Burrow has 1st and 10, while Drew Lock has 1st and goal. Burrow's pass is completed to Higgins on the slant, gain of 9. Drew Lock, 1st and goal from the 8, drops back to pass, rolls to his right, throws, end zone, tipped up, incomplete. 2nd and goal. Rose, I had a great day on Saturday knowing I was there it is. Then Sunday came, and then I remembered I was a Browns fan. I mean, like, with the Browns and Bengals playing the day after an Ohio State playoff game, like, half of the state's going to be so happy with this weekend. The other half will just be like, half and half. Man, Jesse Bates dropped a surefire interception. 2nd and 1 for Cincinnati, and Brown is run down from behind. That's the rookie, Juwan Briggs, who went to Cincinnati, so a bit of a return to him, and he comes up with a tackle for loss. Great play by the rookie. 3rd and 3 for Burrow. On 2nd and goal, the Giants run it, and Darius Slayton gets about 3 yards. We'll have 3rd and goal from the 4, most likely when we start the 2nd quarter in Atlanta. We'll see if the Giants get another snap off before the end of quarter number 1. 3rd and 3 for the Bengals at their opposing 28-yard line. Joe Burrow in shotgun on 3rd down. Takes the snap. Looking around. Has all day. Throwing over the middle. Just overthrew T. Higgins, who was wide open for probably a touchdown, but at the very least a 1st and goal. And the Bengals now have 4th and 3. Meanwhile, the game in Atlanta has gone to commercial with the 1st quarter over, but the Giants having 3rd and goal. Turning our attention back to Cincinnati. I mean, Higgins is all by himself in the middle of the field. There's not a defender in sight, and Burrow flushed out of the pocket, just overthrows it. So here comes Cade York. He is 3 for 5 this season in field goals. Not surprised. This is from 47 for the former 4th-round pick by Cleveland, and it is no good. Right? Yeah, no good. So the least surprising thing for Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry is Cade York misses a 47-yard kick. As both games go to commercial, I do want to give a quick shout-out to our sponsor today, Game Time. If you want to go watch a college football playoff game and you want to go see a Cavs game or any other sporting event in your area, do it at Game Time. Download the Game Time app today and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. The way I look at it is Game Time is going to take care of maybe some of your parking. They're going to take care of your first concession run, whatever it might be. Personally, I'd rather have $20 than not have $20. So download the Game Time app today and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game time. All right. Getting back in the saddle here as we get ready for the start of quarter number 2 in Atlanta and the end of quarter number 1 in Cincinnati. As for the like battle, Atlanta's winning 162 to 144. Not a very inspiring opening quarter from the Falcons, but still very much in this game, of course. Chase with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Chase. Thank you until I read the message. But I've got it coming for me today. If I learned anything from yesterday, though, Chase, I believe you're supposed to start with. Oh, no, never mind. I thought you put IO. No. Just gets worse and worse for me. 3rd and goal as we are back in Atlanta. Giants inside the Atlanta 5-yard line. Drew Lock is sweating bullets right now. He looks terrified. Empty set, trips at the bottom. They put Wan'Dale Robinson in motion. Snap to Lock. Looking, climbing, running, looking, throwing. Back of the end zone, touchdown. Tyrone Tracy gets 2 feet in the back of the end zone, and the Giants rookie puts them on top 6-0. Nice play by Drew Lock extending the play, and he finds an open man. So the Giants score a touchdown on 3rd and goal. Meanwhile, the Browns have 1st and 10, and Dorian Thompson-Robinson is sacked. About an 8-yard loss for DTR. Tyrone Tracy definitely has 2 feet in bounds. Extra point for the Giants is good. 7-0 New York early in the 2nd quarter. 2nd and 17 now for DTR after getting sacked twice already today in just the 1st quarter. Snap to 17. It's a run to Pierre Strong Jr. Have not said his name in a long time, but that's what happens when you're 3-11 and it's week 16. 3rd and 11 coming up as we hit the end of the 1st quarter at Paycor Stadium. We're power ranking stadium sponsor names. That's got to be bottom 5. Paycor. There's not a whole lot of good ones, but that one really sucks. So quarter number 1 is done in Cincinnati. 7-0 Bengals. Giants have a 7-0 lead after a Tyrone Tracy touchdown grab at the back of the end zone. He was wide open. I mean, that's usually what happens when you're in the red zone and the quarterback has too much time. Someone's going to get open. Pass rush never got to Lock. New York kicks it off to restart the game. And it's going to be a touchback. So let's get another look at Michael Penix while the Browns-Bengals game is still at commercial. The 8th overall draft pick, he's playing alongside Bijan Robinson, another 8th overall draft pick. Kyle Pitts, another 8th overall draft pick. And Drake London, another 8th overall draft pick. 1st and 10 for number 9, picked number 8. Penix, play action, rolls to his left, uncorks a long pass. It's caught, 1st down, Darnell Mooney. Gain of nearly about 20 yards. We did not see Mooney at all, essentially, last time out against the Raiders. No targets, no receptions. He's been battling an Achilles injury. He's kind of been pushing through some stuff the last few weeks, but he gets a touch right there for a 1st down around midfield. All right. We got some game cats up for you guys here to kind of help alleviate some of the turbulence of a simulcast like this. 1st and 10 for Penix. It's a handoff to Robinson, and Bijan is going to fight for about 3.5 yards. Browns-Bengals still at commercial. No one in either chat's very happy right now. And I can understand why. Jay is here. Antonio Kim is here. Second and 6 for Penix at the New York 45. Another run for Robinson. This one is not as good as the last. Actually, make that Algier. Dropped for no gain. Third down coming up. We're back in Cincinnati for the start of the second quarter. DTR and shotgun on 3rd and long. Looks to pass. Throws over the middle. It's dropped. Incomplete. 4th and 11. So Cleveland will punt as Atlanta faces 3rd and 7. Penix so far today, 3 for 7, 46 yards. 2 big throws to Darnell Mooney and Drake London. Here he is at the New York 45. Penix throwing. It's caught. London first down. Gain of 10 as the Falcons get a fresh set of downs. Bojorquez is on for a second punt as the lefty sends it high into the Cincinnati sky. Another bad punt. Caught at the 25. You get an opportunity to pin them at least inside their own 20. Bengals once again with decent starting field position.
Petey, I don't want to say it, but I kind of want to say it. Penix is looking really good.
I don't know if I'm not there just yet.
I mean, compared to what Kirk was doing.
Yeah, he's 4 for 8.
It looks really good.
He's 4. I mean, for a rookie, I'm not going to have an insane bar. 4 for 8 for Penix so far today as he dances around on 1st and 10. He drops it off to Robinson, and that only went one way. Robinson was tackled for a loss of 5. If we need to catch up on a super chat or two, we'll get to it in just a moment. 1st and 10. If you want to get on screen with a question or a comment or a take, super chat, we'll throw it on for everyone watching to see. 2nd and 14 for Atlanta as the Bengals have 1st and 10 at their own 26. Snap to Michael Penix. He steps up in the pocket. He's going to run with it, and Penix will slide, gain of 4. 3rd and 10 coming up. Penix, not a runner. He had like 250-ish rushing yards at Washington last year. It's a handoff for the Bengals on 1st and 10. Cleveland's defense ready for it, though. No gain on the play, essentially. 2nd down and 10 coming up. Josh, is Travis Hunter an NFL cornerback or wide receiver? Corner, but I am a little concerned about how well it'll translate to the NFL. Because what made him so popular at college was he played both. When he doesn't play both in the NFL, which I don't think he will, but maybe some teams will have him, will he be as effective? Penix on 3rd and 10, throws it to Mooney, and they're going to call it incomplete. Meanwhile, Burrow finds T. Higgins for a gain of 8 on 2nd and 9. And that's an incomplete pass from Penix. He just kind of alligator-armed it as he was under duress. So Riley Patterson will step onto the field for another field goal attempt. This one from 52 after missing earlier from 43. To make it a 7-3 game, Patterson's kick is up, and it is good. Just good. 7-3 Giants over the Falcons. Burrow on 3rd and 2, scrambling to his right, looking, throwing out of bounds, incomplete. Cleveland's defense makes a nice stop on 3rd and short, and the Bengals, leading 7-0, will give it right back to the Brownies. Chase, OH, go Browns. Both of these defenses aren't good. Chase, you're absolutely correct on the defensive part, and that's why I would like to see the Browns, if they get, which they will, a top 10 pick, maybe even top 5 draft pick, use it on a stud defender. Don't go running back. As much help as they need at running back, which they do, save that for round 2. You got Nick Chubb in round 2. You can get good running backs in round 2. Go look at pass rushers in round 2. Not nearly as good. I just said Chase's. Yep. Thank you, Chase. As Kathy and everyone else finishes off the OH chant. DTR will have 1st and 10 on his own half of the 50. Both games at commercial right now. While they're both at commercial, shout out your city for me. Let me know where you are tuning in from. It's always fun to see where everyone is watching from. So Don't be a stranger. Get in the chat. You don't have to give me your address. That's a little creepy. But just shout out your city. Desire best. You're right. Nick Bonito was round 2. I will say he's probably the exception the last couple of years, though. Not a whole lot. I think Harold Landry was a round 2 pick as well. Let's see.
White Wolf is asking what Justin's saying for this drive.
Wait, White Wolf was asking what?
What do you think is going to happen on this drive?
Oh, he wants to know what Justin's going to say? Let's play that game. LH is in Jacksonville. Zilla's in Wisconsin. Gemini's in Dayton. Kathy's in Sacramento. Time and the Buckeye State, of course. Pamela is in Missouri. Pam. Billy's in Bay Village. He's him in Springfield, Ohio. Ann is in St. Paul. JP's in Wisconsin. Yeah, we are at commercial break right now. It's going to be Giants football leading 7-3 and Browns football trailing 7-0. So, Mr. Justin Honore, what is going to happen on this drive? 3 and out for both teams, for one team?
3 and out for the Browns.
3 and out for the Browns.
3 and out for the Giants.
3 and out for the Giants. All right. Let's see how it holds up this time. A super chat came in from my biggest hater. He's him. John Menifee. Tank is in full effect. Love my Brownies, but damn, this season is torture. Thanks for continuing what you do, Petey, all the way from the Bronx Baker. Yeah, we'll talk about the Baker stuff maybe in a longer period of time because that requires more than 10 seconds. But, John, thank you for tuning in, and tank for Abdul Carter. 1st and 10 or Travis Hunter. But I'm still not, convinced he's going to live up to the billing when he only plays one half of the football as the Browns run on 1st and 10. That's the coolest part about Travis Hunter is he plays both ways. He's very good at corner still, don't get me wrong. But if he only played corner, would he be talked about as a top 5 consensus pick? That I'm not convinced about. He's him. Pete, you should go drive south on 77 North. That doesn't sound very nice. 2nd and 8 for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. DTR in shotgun. Takes the snap. And he's sacked. 3rd and long, he is sacked. It's Trey Hendrickson who has the current lead for the NFL sack count. Myles Garrett's chasing him. Meanwhile, the Giants now have 2nd and 15 at their own 25-yard line, up 7-3. Snap to Locke. He throws right side. Caught. Ooh, Jalen Hyatt, my favorite player for the Giants. He gets about 10 yards.
Why is that, Petey?
He's a very bright individual with a great education. 3rd and 16 for DTR. Passes rocketed over the middle of the field. Incomplete. No flags. 4th and 16. The Browns have to punt. This is miserable. This is like watching the game in Week 18 last year when Jeff Driscoll was quarterback. The issue is that's because they sat all their starters before the playoffs. 3rd and 6 for the Giants now. That's a crazy stat about Trey Hendrickson. Leads the NFL in sacks. As a team, they're 2nd fewest in the NFL. Wan'Dale Robinson on the slant on 3rd and 6 gets enough and then some more for the first down. Out towards the 50.
Wan'Dale Robinson just ruined Justin's guesses. If he
got
that,
you're right.
Gotten both.
You would have gotten both 3 and outs. So the Browns punted away to the Bengals. They have 1st and 10 coming up from about their 40-yard line as the Browns-Bengals game goes to commercial. First and 10 for New York. 9 minutes to go in the first half.
Everyone's asking for Zappy.
Oh, remember when they signed Bailey Zappi? I said out loud, there is a 100% chance Bailey Zappi starts at some point this year. I feel like once you open the floodgates on changing quarterbacks or injury, they all go down. I feel like once you get to 2 quarterbacks, the probability of getting to 3 quarterbacks skyrockets. And then so on and so on. Stewie with a $2 super. Stewie, my favorite Family Guy character. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate you showing some support to the channel. Browns fans, by the way, my boss said, hey, for everyone doing a watch party on Sunday, whatever the opposing team's zip code is, if you reach that number in super chats, you can do a jersey raffle. So for Cincinnati, it's 513. Right now we're at 63 USD over on the Browns report. We're at 236 on the Falcons Today watch party. So obviously some work to do if you want to have a jersey raffle. But either way, if you enjoy the content we provide here and you want to show some love, super chats always go the extra mile. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Buster Deering. Hey Pete, keep up the good old work from the ATL. Buster, thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Mr. Buster. I will. I'll continue to do my best for you, Buster. King Luke with a $5 super. 2nd and 7 for Drew Lock. Intercepted! It's picked off! It's going to be a pick 6 for Jesse Bates. He walks into the end zone. Touchdown. There is a flag, but a pick 6, Jesse Bates. And for the moment, the Falcons take the lead. We'll check the marker, but Jesse Bates steps in front of the pass and takes it 48 yards for a touchdown. We'll see the flag, but I think it's going to be on the, I don't want to jinx it, Giants. Illegal shift, penalty is declined, and Jesse Bates puts Atlanta on top. Touchdown, Falcons. Drew Lock just stares down this pass all the way. He puts a man in motion, so he thinks there's man. Here's the issue. So Lock puts a man in motion, which is usually an indicator for defenses in man or zone. Defenses are complex, though. Sometimes they'll have a guy follow, but they'll still be in a zone. So Lock thinks, okay, I've got man-to-man because Bates followed him across, except Bates is not playing man-to-man. He's going to sit in a zone. And that fools Lock, and he steps right in front of it, and he takes it all the way for a house call touchdown. 10-7 Dirty Birds, under 8 to go. Back in Cincinnati, 2nd and 5 for Burrow at the Cleveland 45. Under center, Burrow keeps it for himself, under duress, throws it, wide open Jamar Chase, avoids a tackle or two, and he gets all the way to the Cleveland 34. Jamar Chase is the best wide receiver in football this year. There's no question about it. And he continues to make plays like that where he finds extra yards.
I think it's
Myles Garrett nearly had his 100th sack.
Top 3, Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson.
You think Tyreek Hill's been passed?
He hasn't done anything this year.
I know. But, going into next year, you don't think it's Tyreek Hill still?
No.
Fair enough. That might be true. As Burrow on 1st and 10 throws a dart over the middle, and it's completed for a gain of 15, moving inside the Prize Picks red zone for Cincinnati. Jesse Bates continues to be a takeaway machine, though. Justin, can you check? I think that's his 4th interception of the season. And he has 4 forced fumbles. I think he's closing in on 8 or 9 total takeaways. And now 4 picks. So 8 altogether. 1st and 10 run. What did he have last year combined? I think last year combined he had 9. I think he had 6 picks last year and 3 forced fumbles. So he is 1 away from tying his combination of interceptions and forced fumbles from last season. Love or hate Terry Fontenot, he nailed that signing. And Bengals fans, your team is poor. They should have signed Jesse Bates. He's the best safety in football. 2nd and 5 for Cincinnati. Atlanta's at commercial after that pick six. Burrow from the 14-yard line, up 7-zip, takes the snap on 2nd down. Throwing short, caught Higgins, and T is going to get 3, and we'll have 3rd and short coming up. Third and 1. Browns fans, you know the drill. Spam those 3s. I want Drew Lock benched. I want Tommy DeVito, just for the entertainment alone. It's 3rd and 1. It's a run for Brown. He has the first down and 1st and goal, Cincinnati. Bengals have goal to go coming up. Why does anyone pay for a bowl sponsorship? Does anyone, remember the brand?
Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl?
That I kind of get, but, these
Capital
other
One Orange
bowls.
Bowl?
But, the DirecTV, does anyone walk away with, that brand sitting in their brain? 1st and goal, Cincinnati from the 6. Burrow looking, roaming, running, throwing, incomplete. Drew Lock hands it off on 1st and 10, and it's a no-gainer on the ground. Caden Ellis and Eddie Goldman a part of the tackle. 2nd and goal coming up. Atlanta leading. If this is a soccer, the World Cup on the final day of the group stage is if result holds, things are going well for the Falcons at the moment. They're winning, and the Commanders are losing. That's priority number 1. The Bucs don't play until Sunday night. 2nd and goal for the Bengals. Snap to Burrow. His pass is broken up, incomplete. Meanwhile, Malik Neighbors on 2nd and 9 for the Giants gets just that 9. 1st down, New York. Both games at about the exact same time, 7.5 to go in the first half. Third and goal coming up for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. 1st and 10 for Drew Lock and the Giants. Snap to Lock. It's a run that's going to go for about 2 yards. Burrow from the 6-yard line takes the snap. Looking, throwing back of the end zone, caught, touchdown. It's the Princeton man, and the Bengals double their lead halfway through the second quarter. 13-zip Cincinnati, keeping their playoff hopes alive. 2nd down coming up for Lock and the Giants, who now trail 10-7. Snap to Lock, drops back. Pressure, sack, down he goes. It's Arnold Ebiketie getting to Drew Lock. And the Falcons pass rush continues to stay hot. They have 13 sacks over the last 3 games. They had 10 sacks in their first 11 games. 3rd and long coming up. White Wolf, will we score today? I don't think the Browns are going to score. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they're going to score a touchdown. They might get a field goal. As the 3rd and 11 pass for Drew Lock is north of the receiver's head, and it's 4th down and 11. Got to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super fun and simple to use. All you've got to do is pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks, by the way, puts their members first. So all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my picks hit, I can get my money in as quick as 15 minutes. So let me give you an example of Prize Picks. I'm taking the more on Josh Allen, taking the more on Saquon Barkley, and then they put Demons and Goblins out there. I love a good Goblin. They're easier to reach. So the more on C.J. Stroud, a half a passing touchdown on Saturday. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. We got 800 people tuned in over on our Falcon stream, 566 in our Brown stream. So to the 1,300 plus of you watching all together, as we do a simulcast for both games, as I host both our Browns channel and our Falcons channel. I really appreciate you watching with us today. I know it's a bit of a unusual watch party, but I didn't want to miss one for the other, so I figured, why not both? A little bit of red zone action. We'll do 2 games at once. So hope you're tolerating it. I don't know if anyone's really enjoying it to the fullest, but hey, thank you guys for watching with us either way. We do have a few super chats. Joshua Miller, right on cue. This side. Back in the studio after being in Columbus last night. That's crazy, ridiculous, and much appreciated dedication if that's the case. That's the case. 7 a.m. flight this morning. Had a nice time. There's a Bob Evans. I learned that in the Columbus airport and opted not to get it because I was like, you know what? There'll be a nice free breakfast kind of buffet. Buffet is a strong word, but a free breakfast spread at Chat Sports like we usually do on game days. Came in. It was my nightmare scenario. I'm a big believer on game day. You just want to do a grab and go, right? Little finger food action. No fork and knife operation. We had Olive Garden at 10 o'clock in the morning. I had fettuccine Alfredo for breakfast. I don't like pasta really. I don't dislike the taste of it. I just find it boring and underwhelming. So that was my morning. 5:15 a.m. wake-up call. Josh, thank you for your super chat, and I would not miss a game for the world. First and 10 for the Browns as the Falcons game is at commercial. DTR takes the snap. He'll look to pass. Floats it out to Pierre Strong in the flat as former New England Patriot gets about a yard or two. 2nd and 8 coming up for Cleveland, down 14-zip. Jalen Hurts, I'm seeing, is being evaluated for a concussion. Barkley's already up to 109 yards and 2 touchdowns for all the fantasy owners out there. 1st and 10 for Michael Penix. Rolling, throwing, wide open. Darnell Mooney spins and gets 15 yards out to the 30-yard line. Nice job by Penix. Second and 8. DTR on the option, keeps it, runs it up the middle, and Dorian gets about 10-plus yards. First down, Brownies. I think they heard us kind of shit-talking them, saying they won't score a touchdown. It's all Detroit, by the way, in the Windy City. Lions 20, Bears nothing. Panthers might get their first win. They lead the Cardinals 20-3. 1st and 10, a run for Atlanta. Gain of 2 by Bijan Robinson. Rams and Jets even at 6 with 2 minutes to go in the opening half. Snap to Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and this quarterback keeper is not going to go anywhere. It's Mike Hilton for yet another sack. 2nd and very long coming up for the Brownies. Atlanta has 2nd and 8 of their own. At their own 31-yard line. Penix, blindside, sacked. He gets it away at the last moment. They'll say incomplete. Good job by Penix getting rid of it, but definitely don't want to have like a Will Levis week 1 moment. 2nd and 18. This is going to be something different. For Michael Penix, his blind side is the right side. Penix got that away. 3rd down coming up in Cincinnati for the Browns. 3rd and 12. 3rd and 8 for the Falcons. 3rd and 12 for the Browns. Both teams facing third and less than manageable. Atlanta will snap first. On 3rd and 8, Penix throwing deep. Incomplete. A lot of contact, and a flag is thrown. There will be pass interference on Deonte Banks for the Giants. 3rd and 12 for DTR. He climbs the pocket. He is looking, pointing, running, and DTR is going to get about 4 yards. Will be 4th down. I suspect another punt for Cleveland with 4.5 remaining. Pass interference is called on the Giants, and that will bring up 1st and 10 Atlanta. Meanwhile, 4th and 9 for Cleveland. AFX, thank you for the super. Punt is away for Bojorquez. It's not been a very good day for him. This one gets returned from the 19 across the 25-30, tackled at the 32-yard line.
He's usually an MVP, too.
He's been one of the best punters in football this year. He also gets a lot of cracks at it. Here's Penix, though. On 1st and 10, it's a run for Algier. Good patience by 25, but it's only rewarded with 2 yards.
Petey, something that I really like is they're letting Penix throw, and they're giving him play calls that are good for him. And it's not just like, all right, 2 runs in a row and then a quick maybe dump off play, and then that's it. It's they're throwing.
AFX, does Zappe start the second half? No, I don't think so. You're not going to win the game with Bailey Zappe. If you want to start Bailey Zappe, let him start the following week and get a full week of practice. I think it's going to get worse if you toss Bailey Zappe cold off the bench in there. It can't get much worse than this, but I think it might get worse. AFX, I understand the frustration, though. Oh, no, Kirk Cousins is a bit of a Russell Wilson. He's a helmet on at all times, even in the preseason. It's kind of dorky. I like Kirk, but, put a hat on, dude. I think he probably just wants to listen to the play call, but you could just get a headset, an earpiece. Commercial in Cincinnati. 3rd and 6 for the Falcons, though, with 2.5 and counting to go in the first half. Snap to Penix. His pass is completed over the middle. Darnell Mooney with extra yards, tackled at the 15 inside the Prize Picks red zone. Atlanta looking to add on to their lead, and Penix looking for his first career touchdown pass with the 2-minute warning here. That's a nice golf clap right there from Cousins. Be honest, if you were Kirk Cousins, or just a backup in this situation, and this goes for everyone in the room and everyone in the chat, would you root for the demise of the starter to prove they should not have been starting over you? Or would you be a team first, I hope he throws for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns?
I think Kirk being the guy that he is, I think he's hoping for Penix to play well.
Yeah.
And I think, but I don't think he's wishing he's not well.
I think
because as soon as they drafted him, he was like, damn, that's it.
Publicly, you're only going to say good things. Internally, you're probably thinking, I wouldn't mind a mistake or two. I don't need you to play the worst football ever, but I wouldn't mind a mistake where you can go, I wouldn't have done that, but whatever. We're back in Cincinnati with 3:51 to go. Snap to Burrow on 1st and 10. He is going to get out of a sack, and he flips it to Mike Gesicki, who gets 12 yards. Joe Burrow does a great job of avoiding a sack that time. I mean, multiple times he's going to get brought down, and then he just flips it over the head like a hand grenade. Briggs nearly had him. We have a few super chats, I think, to catch up on. When in doubt, we can just hit it again. Yeah, we did not get King Luke. King Luke, what do you think the score is going to be at the end for ATL? King Luke, I'll say Falcons win 27-10. 27-10 Atlanta. King Luke, thank you for the super chat. Nick is back. It's been a long time, Nick. Let's go, Jesse Bates. Rise up, baby. Good to see you again, mister. We went over the name pronunciation last time. Baliado? Damn. We mastered it at one point. Nick, either way, thank you for super chatting and watching. 2nd and 7 for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Flag thrown, stopping the play. It'll be a false start, Cincinnati. Alex Watkins and Joshua Miller. Alex, the Giants are shutting down the run. Kind of concerning for the Commanders game 2. I guess so. I would just take it one game at a time right now. And let's see how the second half plays out. Right? Teams often in football show something in the first half that disappears in the second half or vice versa. Bijan, on 1st and 10, runs for 9 yards. Joshua Miller, hope Hurts is okay, but going to tank my fantasy team. I'm sorry about your fantasy team. I don't care about your fantasy team until it's playoffs. I do care about your fantasy team a little bit in the playoffs. 2nd and 12, Bengals run it with Chase Brown, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning with 3rd and 8 coming up. Oh boy, mass commercials. I know, I'm saying I care about your fantasy team now, Jumel. So 2-minute warning in Cincinnati, minute 53 in Atlanta, 2nd and 1 coming up for the Falcons inside the Prize Picks red zone. They're at the 13-yard line, pistol formation, Penix. Puts McLeod in motion, handoff, Robinson, 1st down carry. Gain of 2.5. And we'll have 1st and goal for the Dirty Birds with a minute 48. And it looks like the Giants might have called a timeout. Yes. So New York is trying to preserve some time for themselves. They called their 2nd timeout. Atlanta has all 3. By Lotto. Damn it. Idiot. Yeah, I like this one here. As the Falcons are deep in the red zone. So, 2 different questions for 2 different fan bases that are in a very different spot right now. Who's going to score? Who's going to score Michael Penix's first touchdown? Who's going to catch it? Might be in the next play. And then, do you want Kirk Cousins in Cleveland? He is going to be released by the Falcons. You can take my word for it. Do you want to sign Kirk Cousins for the vet minimum? It's cheap, and that worked out pretty well for the Steelers this year. But Kirk has 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions in his last 5 games. Pros and cons. Penix, though. 1st and goal from the 4. In the pistol. Snap, handoff. Robinson running. Robinson bouncing off a tackler. Bijan's in for the touchdown. Great job by Bijan Robinson. Another 8th overall draft pick on this offense. And the lead is up to nearly 10 now for the Falcons. 16-7 Dirty Birds. If you're able to watch this run by Bijan, this is why he's a special back in my opinion. Most of the backs right there, all right, play's kind of over. But he stays on his feet, keeps his feet moving, bounces to the outside, and he's in for the touchdown. And Michael Penix's first touchdown pass will have to wait a little bit longer. Extra point by Riley Patterson is up, and it is good. 17-7 Atlanta, a Jesse Bates pick 6, and a Bijan Robinson 4-yard touchdown run has Atlanta on a 17-0 run. 3rd and 7 back in Cincinnati. Bengals nearly at midfield. Cleveland rushes 4 after showing many more. Burrow stepping up with all day. He'll tuck it and run. Burrow running. Burrow getting the 1st down and a whole lot more. 15 yards on the ground for 9. 1st and 10, Cincinnati with a minute 44. Bengals have 2 timeouts. Clock is ticking. First and 10, and Burrow is sacked, and I think that might be Myles Garrett. And it is indeed. Myles Garrett gets sacked number 100 of his Hall of Fame career. And everyone comes over to celebrate with 95. Garrett working on the left tackle and a wide receiver, gets double teamed, and he gets to Burrow all by himself. And 2nd and 18, 100.5 sacks in his career, tied for the 4th fastest NFL player to ever reach that mark, and the Bengals are forced to call a timeout. Everyone spam 95. Jeremy Stallman with a $50 super chat. Myles Garrett, 105 sacks in his NFL career. And he just got over that number thanks to sacking Joe Burrow, who has been on the receiving end of a lot of those 105 sacks. Spam 95 right now. Show some love to Myles Garrett. An all-time great for Cleveland already. Jeremy Stallman with a $50 super chat right as Myles Garrett gets that ever-elusive milestone. I got Falcons fans spamming 95. Thank you all. Oh, Daryl Johnston. It's ugly sweater day for the CBS and Fox crew. Some funny guys over there. Jeremy, Merry Christmas, Petey. Sorry late to the party, but guess what? It's better late than never. Yes, bring me Kurt. It's better than the alternative. No one in the draft that would be ready. What are we doing for the Super Chat giveaway today? Let's go Browns. I got 2nd and 18, incomplete pass for Burrow with 48 seconds left, and the Giants kick return gets across the 25-yard line all the way to the 30, tackled at the 41. Jeremy, first off, better late than never, but always happy to see you in the chat. Thank you for your Super Chat and your support, as you always do. As for Kirk Cousins, my only pushback is if you sign Kirk, that's your free agent signing. And if Kirk sucks, you're back to no good quarterbacks. There's not a whole lot of great free agent options out there, but I think there are better options the way Cousins has played the last 5 games. But because of the price tag, it's going to be really tempting. And, of course, the history. And maybe with some extra time removed from that knee injury, he could be much, much better. Or Achilles injury, I should say. Meanwhile, we have 4th and 14 coming up for the Bengals, and that will probably take us to the end of the first half as a fumble in the Giants game and with the Falcons, and I think it's Atlanta football. There's a little bit of a scrum at the bottom. I think Atlanta just came up with a fumble recovery. Indeed, they did. Arnold Ebiketie coming up with the football, and the Falcons, with a minute 26 and a 10-point lead, take over deep in New York territory as Drew Lock got sacked by Caden Ellis. Ball came loose, recovered by 17, strip sack for 55, and 17 jumps on the pigskin. As for Jeremy, the giveaway, Reed will throw it up on screen in a moment, but my boss wanted to do something a little bit different, I'd say, for the holiday, or this week across all of our watch parties, and that is the opposing team's area code. Reach that number, jersey giveaway. So for Cincinnati, it's 513. Currently, we're at 127 over on the Browns report. So a little bit ways to go. But every $10 super chat is a shot of eggnog. So, to Mr. Jeremy Stallman. Starting to get a little warm, too. Yeah. Cade York is coming out for a 59-yarder. I don't care at the moment. So we have 2nd and 7 in Atlanta. Falcons football. But we have to watch this. Cade York, 59-yarder to make it a 17 lead. Remember, he made 58 in his NFL debut. This from 59. No, timeout Cleveland. Browns burned their first timeout against his former team, 59-yarder. Justin, will he make it? He made 58 against the Panthers week 1 of his NFL debut to win the game.
No. There's a reason why he's not on the team.
Good point. That's some good analysis right there. I like it. Cannot refute that. That was a wild move by the cheerleader. Because my fiance watched the Cowboys cheerleader documentary about like the tryouts and everything. It's cutthroat. I think they would frown upon that a little bit. Yeah. All right. 59-yarder for Cade York as the Falcons have under a minute to go. But this 59-yarder from the left hash by the former fourth-round pick out of LSU by the Browns is up, and it is good. He drilled it. He's better from 59 than anything inside of 50. It's 17-0 Bengals at the end of the first half. Meanwhile, the Falcons are letting the clock go down on 3rd and 9. They have all 3 timeouts. I don't understand this. And now they call a timeout. Is wasted like 10 seconds. How is Cade York better from 58 and 59 than anything inside of 40? I think the secret to Cade York is just take a bunch of false starts until it is from 55 plus. 30 seconds left in the Falcons game. It's halftime for Bengals-Browns, 17-0 for Cincinnati as they look for their first season series sweep in a long time. 3rd and 9 for Michael Penix at his own 30-yard line. Takes the snap. Penix throwing left side, right side, caught Darnell Mooney, first down. Good throw and catch. I don't want to make a whole spiel of like Cousins couldn't do that, but man, Cousins just didn't have the velocity and the plant on so many of those passes. Like that was the kind of pass that was getting intercepted by the Chargers, right? That was the pick six right there. Papa T with a super chat. First and 10, Penix, handoff. Robinson is going to get tackled. Loss of 1. Call timeout. And they burn their second timeout with 21 seconds. So halftime in Cincinnati, I don't have much hard-hitting analysis other than can we get to the draft? Yeah. My thoughts on the Browns first half. I can't wait for the NFL draft. Papa T, Merry Christmas, Matthew, Reed, and crew. Running a little late. Looks like more of the same. Happy holidays to the chat army. I like that.
Happy holidays,
Happy
Papa
holidays to the Thompson men. Papa T, thank you so much. Always great to hear from you. Hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas. 2nd and 12 for the Falcons. They're at the Giants' 17-yard line. In the pistol, Penix takes the snap. His pass is caught. London spinning inside, and he's going to get about 10 yards on 2nd and 12, and then got pushed back, but forward progress. Giants, this is kind of a mishandled first half, I think, or the end of the first half by Atlanta. They let a lot of clock run off, and then they do a run and then a pass inbounds and burn 2 timeouts, and they likely have to settle for the field goal now. I guess to take one shot at the end zone. I'm not sure that was the best way to approach the end of the first half. So no timeouts remaining. A sack here and the half's over. Who's fighting who? In which chat? Jay and Groovy. Figure it out. Here's third and 2 for the Falcons at the 13-yard line. Penix takes the snap. Ball's to come out now. No, what were you doing? They intercepted. It's picked off. Cordero Flott. Oh, my gosh. I cannot fathom this. It was thrown into the field of play, and there's a fight that breaks out after this, by the way. This was a mistake by Penix. I think Kyle Pitts ultimately is the one who... What are you thinking, Penix, dude? It's actually an okay pass, accuracy-wise. Decision, awful. Had that been caught, the clock would have run out. Kyle Pitts ultimately lets the ball go through his hands and go to the defender. But watch this play here again. He catches this. He's tackled inbounds. He ultimately bobbles it. It hangs up in the air and it's intercepted. Doesn't really matter if it's picked off or not. This clock was going to hit 0. Atlanta had no timeouts remaining. That ball has to be thrown into the end zone. That's just elementary. How can you throw that at the 3-yard line with a defender on him? And then Pitts, sure, would like to make that catch and not lead it to an interception. But doesn't matter. Clock was going to end anyway. What an all-time mistake. I put more blame on Penix than Pitts. Best case scenario, it's caught. Oh, Drake London got a personal foul. Yeah, there was a fight that broke out at the end. Hopefully no ejections. Best case scenario, it's caught, inbounds, end of the first half.
I mean,
that was the upside.
It's both their fault.
No, it's got to be on Penix. What happens if Kyle Pitts catches that? End of the first half.
There's no chance for a field goal?
No, clock's running. There's 12 seconds left. You cannot execute a fire drill in that much time.
No, I'm saying there's no chance for a field goal for the Giants right now. Like, they're about to get a chance at a field goal.
Oh, they have 7 seconds left, and they're at their own 40.
Oh, okay.
It's Hail Mary time.
I thought they were at their 40.
That pass has to go to the end zone. Sure, Pitts, don't drop it, but it wouldn't have been much better. IDGF. No, it was 3rd and 2. Clock would have stopped. Clock would have ran out.
Not enough time for a spike, you think?
No, absolutely not. That ball has to go to the end zone. It's take a shot at the end zone. If it's incomplete on 4th down, you kick the field goal. Hail Mary time for Drew Lock. Or not. He's, I think, intercepted. Oh, man. A.J. Terrell is talking a lot of smack on the Giants bench to Isaiah Simmons, former top 10 pick. So, an unfortunate ending to the first half, but the good news is Atlanta still has a commanding 10-point lead, 17-7. Really should be 20-7. If it wasn't there, throw it out of bounds, incomplete pass, and you kick the field goal. I know Kyle Pitts should catch that football, but ultimately, interception or not, the Falcons were not going to get 3 points off that play because the ball was thrown inbounds with no timeouts and under 15 seconds remaining. I don't understand how the chat here is putting the blame on Pitts. Sure, catch the football. Are we glossing over the fact that the clock would have run out? That's a pretty important detail in this entire equation, is it not? No, I don't think they could have. Clock was running to get at. There was 12 seconds when they snapped it. The defender would have laid on top of Pitts for a second. You got to get everyone lined up. That's really the game plan is let's get 2 yards so we can spike it with 1 second to make our field goal a little bit closer. No, it's end zone or nothing. Not let's do an ultimate scramble drill so that we can get 2 extra yards on the field goal. You're at the 5-yard line already. You don't need 2 more yards. It has to go to the end zone. Must go to the end zone. Guys, it's okay if Penix makes a mistake. Rookies make mistakes. But let's not coddle him here and say that was all on Pitts. It was a bad decision to throw to him. Sure, Pitts, catch the football, dude. And then that does not lead to an interception and maybe a Hail Mary touchdown. But Penix, ball, end zone. You had no timeouts remaining. If the clock had run out, we'd all be furious, which it probably would have. And if it doesn't, they have 1 second left. Was that really worth 2 yards? To have everyone scramble to the line of scrimmage and spike it with 1 or 2 seconds to make your kick 2 yards shorter? It's a rookie mistake. That's fine. Rookies make mistakes. Lucky for him, it comes when the team is leading by 10. Had this been the other score, and it would have made it a 7-point game, that's a costly mistake. That one's at a pretty cheap price. I can't understand how people are looking at this as it's 100% Pitts. D-Mac, that's not a Penix mistake. Are we just going to ignore the clock running out? Why is the ball not thrown in the end zone? I can't argue with the wall here. I mean, sorry for getting animated over the team missing out on 3 points when they're fighting for a playoff spot and probably don't have a whole lot of wiggle room for mistakes.
How about overall? I think Penix is looking good.
Yeah, very good first half. I mean, he had some really good passes, some really good balls, accuracy, velocity. A strong first half. He just had a bad brain fart at the end of the first half, and it cost him 3 points. If that's thrown out of bounds, then you get 3 points, you get a field goal. Browns first half, thoughts? Get me to the draft. I mean, 17-0 here. I didn't think DTR would be any better than Jameis, but I understand why you made the switch because the turnovers from Jameis. But the reality is we're at that point now where it was kind of like the Falcons last year, arguing Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke. Here's the truth. Save your breath. They're both bad options. That's where we're at here. There's not a good option. Jim Miro with a $10 super chat. Buster Deering with a $2 super. Should have thrown it away. You are right. I mean, it's okay because of the 10-point lead for now, but yeah. With no timeouts in under 15 seconds, you cannot throw it inbounds in the field of play. That's just football basics. You can't. That's not something I'm here to debate. Buster, appreciate your super chat. And listen, it's okay for rookies to make mistakes, guys. You don't have to be Michael Penix's attorney. We can just kind of call it when we see it. That's a rookie mistake. All 6 quarterbacks that have started this year as a rookie have had rookie mistakes. It's okay. Harrison Graham's in the chat. Oh, man, there's another. Oh, I think it's Harrison's burner. Jim Miro, trade Miles. We aren't anywhere close to winning. Get a small fortune in return. Build from the bottom up. We did the same thing with Joe Thomas. Held on to him for 10 years and never won 6 games. Well, there was that story that came out about the Broncos wanted Joe Thomas, and ultimately the trade didn't happen, and the Broncos went on to win the Super Bowl. So, unfortunately for Jim, he kind of missed out on that. As for trading Miles, I am against the idea of trading Myles Garrett. I can understand the proposal. When it comes to trading someone like Myles Garrett, I don't believe you can trade him mid-season because you don't know what you are getting in return. You know you're getting someone's first-round draft pick. You don't know where in round 1. Once the season is done and you know exactly what pick you're getting, then I will at least not entertain, but sit down and give you 30 seconds and then tell you, no, you're wrong. I am against trading Myles Garrett. I don't believe you're going to get anything that will ever come close to amounting to how productive he is. And it's going to be one of the biggest mistakes in franchise history. So, I do not want to trade Myles Garrett. I understand the idea of a small fortune. This is not the draft class to get a small fortune in, though. It's just not that good of a class altogether. it'd be one thing if someone called and said, hey, we'll give you picks, 3 and 5. And you go, well, we have 1 already, or whatever it might be. Like, we get 3 top 10 picks. Okay, now we're talking. This is not the draft class to have 3 top 10 picks and brag about it. It's just not that great of a class. Kyle's fault. You guys are some enablers in the chat. The ball should not have been thrown in bounds. We're back in Cincinnati as the Bengals start the second half with the football. 1st and 10 pass is completed. I want to see how much time was on the clock when the ball was snapped. It was snapped with 16 seconds left. I think it was thrown with 12 seconds. You were going to spike it in 12 seconds, maybe, so that you could gain 2 yards. Does that seem like a good risk reward to you?
That's why I'm thinking both.
No,
Penix
it's on Penix. It's got to go in the end zone. What's the best case scenario if Pitts catches that football? You spike it with 1 second. Is that really worth the risk to get 2 yards closer?
It wasn't a risk, though. It hit him in the chest.
No,
That's what
no.
Like. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no. It's a risk of best case scenario, you spike it with 1 second left. There's a risk that you don't get a spike at all, and the clock runs out. So, best case scenario.
Was that Penix's decision, or was that the coach decision, though? Of, like, throw it to the flat, don't throw it to the end zone. I don't know.
No, that doesn't sound like a thing a coach would say.
Right.
Don't throw it to the end zone. Best case scenario, Pitts catches it. It's 1st and goal, clock's running, and you spike it with 1 second. And you move 2-3 yards closer. Worst case scenario, clock runs out. Is that really worth the risk? No. Throw it out of bounds. Take the field goal. 1st and 10 for Burrow and company. They're at their own 36-yard line. Burrow is getting hunted down by Garrett. He gets tackled out of bounds, and then Garrett knocks over his own bench. Garrett hates the other AFC North quarterbacks, and I think he especially loves sacking Joe Burrow. Is it just me, or does Garrett always have an extra big grin smile when he tackles Joe Burrow? Christopher, Penix is playing his ass off, bro. Come on, man. I know, but it's okay to call someone out when they make a mistake. I didn't say an awful first half. I just said that's a bad rookie mistake. 2nd and 7. And I'm getting worked up because no one is seeming to want to acknowledge that because we're all puppy guarding him. It's okay to call out your dog when they pee inside. Puppies do that. 3rd and 4, as Garrett's kind of banged up from that last play. Still at the halftime break in Atlanta. Joe Burrow in shotgun from his own 41-yard line. On 3rd down, Burrow takes the snap, throws to the right side, and it's incomplete. Just not on the same page as T. Higgins in terms of where that ball was supposed to go. And it's going to be 4th and 4 and a punt for Cincinnati. And this is where the Browns' comeback begins. Man, the bots are just ferocious. Are we all caught up on supers? I feel like there might be 1 or 2 more. Bright Wolf, I see your all caps message. Again, I go back to the risk reward. Is the reward worth the risk there of not getting a spike off in time to move 3 yards closer? I know you could have spiked it. I'm not saying that you couldn't have. Jeremy Stallman, oh my God, with a $95 super chat for Myles Garrett getting 100 sacks in his career. Bright Wolf, the pass was thrown at 12 seconds. Was it not? Jeremy Stallman. Here's to 95, and here's to over 100 sacks. Merry Christmas to everyone here supporting our Browns and the channel. Petey, I hope you and Reed and everyone here in the chat have a safe and blessed holidays. A huge thanks to all of our service members. Jeremy, thank you, first and foremost, and absolutely, God bless the troops. God bless the US of A. Thank you so much for your unwavering support of the channel, Mr. Stallman. Go Brownies, Jeremy. Thank you for your support of the channel.
Let's go, Jeremy.
Week
Thank
after
you,
week. Let's go, dude. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you indeed. One day, I want to ride on a Jeremy Stallman flight around the holiday season and just play a little gift card roulette. See if there's something waiting for me behind the seat back in front of me. Jeremy, thank you. Also, Richard Clark, guys, with the $2 super. Thank you, Richard. It's over for Kirk Cousins. Michael is here. Oh, yeah. I mean, Kirk has played, unless a kneel down or something. But, yeah, Kirk has played his last meaningful snap for the Falcons, barring an injury. Knock on wood. So, yeah, Cousins definitely done in Atlanta. It's Michael Penix's time. Just not a really good use of $90 million for Terry Fontenot. Not our money, though, but kind of our money when it comes to the dead cap that limits the Atlanta Falcons' free agency spending, which they don't spend much anyway. 4th and 9 for the Bengals. They will punt it away. Punt is off for the Bengals to begin the second half. Return across the 20, 25 for Prochet. Out of bounds at the 30. First and 10 for Cleveland. You know who has not touched the ball today? I think all the receivers. Really, I don't think a single receiver has touched a football today for the Browns. Jerry Jeudy and fantasy owners hate this quarterback change.
Well, I'm playing against Jerry Jeudy, so we can keep it that way. I'm just kidding. I know Jordan Akins.
Yeah, Akins, Ford. Oh, my gosh, yeah. DTR in the first half, I didn't realize how bad it was. He was 3 of 6 for 15 yards. Akins, Jeudy did have one grab. I missed that. And Pierre Strong. Akins leading the pack with 8 yards. Yikes. First half is over in Atlanta. The second half is underway as the Giants start with the football trailing 17-7 and a run for 2 yards up the middle. So third quarter in Atlanta, Giants football to start. Commercial right now in Cincinnati. It's Browns football after this Crown Royale commercial. No free ads. We'll catch up on all the supers in just a moment. Wait a minute. Matthew Judon, strip, sack, touchdown.
Oh, my God.
Blink, and it's another touchdown for the Falcons defense. Matthew Judon, scoop and score, and Drew Lock's day has gone from bad to worse. And the defense is doing the heavy lifting for the Dirty Birds today. Judon, welcome to the party. A little late, but we'll take it. But Atlanta with their second defensive touchdown. And for anyone out there that had Falcons defense in fantasy because they faded Drew Lock, let's go. That's me. No one cares about my fantasy team, though. Extra point is good. I think I might have doinked in. I was peeking at the chat, and then I literally look up and I go, that's Judon with the football.
Well, what's funny is we are in the studio right next to our Giants host, Marshall Green, and he is very happy.
Drew Lock's pass, forget scoop and score. How about deflected and fell to his arms? It's batted by Zach Harrison, and then it just ricochets right to Judon, who I guess gets credit with the interception. And a second pick six of the day. 2K Clip Mobile. I'm in the same boat. I was literally looking at the chat, and I go, why is Judon running into the end zone? 24-7, Atlanta pulling away from the Giants.
I literally didn't have time to change the graphic up top that said halftime. Like, they were like, yep.
Falcons fans, spam 15 for Judon. 2nd and 9, Dorian Thompson-Robinson to start the second half. Throws it. It's caught in Njoku. We have a 4th reception. 3rd down and 6 coming up. By the way, fantasy owners, bad news. Jalen Hurts out for the rest of the game, concussion. It is Kenny Pickett time. I also think Drew Lock's time, although that one's just a little bit unlucky, that's his 3rd turnover of the game. 2 pick sixes and a forced fumble. It might be Tommy DeVito time in Atlanta for the G-Men. Although that's just like a, what do you want to do? It was batted and it just went right to the defender. 3rd and 6 for DTR. This will not end well. DTR is going to throw across his body. It's caught. 1st down. What do I know? Jerome Ford. DTR making a nice play with his legs and then whipping it across his body. And Jerome Ford just climbs up a ladder and gets this football for a 1st down, Brownies. Meanwhile, the Giants offense is back on the field. It's 2nd and 10 for New York as Cleveland has 1st and 10 coming up. Give me DeVito. I'm not even sure if DeVito's healthy, actually. No, I don't think he is. Give me Tim Boyle. Dorian Thompson-Robinson on the play action, finding Njoku for a gain of 6. 2nd and short coming up. Meanwhile, it's a run to Tyrone Tracy, 4 yards on 2nd down and 10, as the Giants are in a much deeper hole than they were earlier. 2nd down for Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and the Browns offense trailing 17-zip halfway through the 3rd quarter. Meanwhile, Drew Lock, 3rd and 6 coming up for the Giants. Here's the snap. Lock throwing right side. It's broken up. D. Alford with a nice pass breakup. 4th down. DTR on 2nd and 4 will throw an incomplete pass. 3rd and 4. Vincent, they had the 7th pick. But let's wait to see how the rest of the day. For example, the Jags and Raiders play each other. They're both picking ahead of the Browns. So one of them is going to win, and the winner might fall behind the Browns in the draft order.
Which why our Giants host is very happy with the Falcons winning because he wants the number 1 overall pick.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson on 3rd and 4 is going to run, and DTR showing some great effort. I know we're making jokes here, but DTR on 3rd and 4 goes, I'm only getting the 1st down if I run through this DB. And he puts his shoulder down, and he makes one hell of an effort, and he is going to be right at the marker. But, kudos to these guys. We're over here kind of just drowning in misery, but they're battling. They're competing. He could have stepped out of bounds, no problem. 1st and 10. They gave him the 1st. I thought they might have called him a little bit short. Snap to DTR. And he throws it on an unorganized play. Looked like he wanted to pass, then he wanted to run, and then he's like, actually, I do want to pass after all. But Elijah Moore was not at the spot. 2nd down and 10. Second and 10. Jets lead the Rams 9-6. The Rams fighting for a playoff spot. If the Jets win, that's better for the Browns in terms of draft position. Thompson-Robinson's pass is caught by Njoku on 2nd down and 10. He gets half of the yardage. Will's game is, hey, do you think we should go after that 420-pound defensive lineman from Florida? It's funny you asked that because about a month ago, I asked one of my coworkers who's a Florida fan, like, hey, whatever happened to number 21, I think it was, for the Florida Gators, who was just an absolute monster? And he was like, he's still there. He's just not very good. And I was like, I was kind of wondering what happened to him. No, I don't. I think he's just a massive human being, and you need a lot of athleticism in the NFL. There's a lot of fatties in the world. They do not. Siaka Ika, prime example number 1 for the Browns, does not work out always. So,
Great run stuffer. Great run stuffer, just that's it.
Not even a good run stuffer, though. No. Oh, like, offensive linemen are deceptively fast. Rills, I do appreciate the super chat, nevertheless. And Jeebus, it was a mistake, but the coaches have to be in his ear making sure he's on the same page. Penix is looking solid. Yes, Penix had a very strong first half. Like, as far as rookie first halves go, like, very strong first half. 9-16, 110 yards, 1 interception. That's not his fault. Just went through the, Pitts couldn't hold on to it. But overall, encouraging first half, no doubt. Atlanta has 1st and 10 as Penix hands it off to Bijan Robinson, and he's going to scamper his way for 15 yards and a first down. Meanwhile, DTR gets it to Njoku for yet another time this drive, and the Chief is loose. Njoku inside the red zone, tackled at the 7. And just like the Browns' opening drive that, remember, resulted in a fumble at the 1-yard line, Cleveland has marched down the field again. Njoku with 4 grabs on this drive alone. 1st and goal Browns inside the game-time red zone. We have 1st and 10 coming up for the Falcons, but they have an injury on the field. A Giants player is down. From the 7-yard line, handoff, Jerome Ford. He'll get half of the yardage. 2nd and goal inside the 5 coming up.
Who scores this touchdown, Petey?
I'm going to say DTR runs it in. 2nd and goal for the Browns. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Atlanta at midfield. It's a run for Robinson that goes nowhere. Meanwhile, Jerome Ford punches it in this time, and the Browns are on the board. Ford with another touchdown run in the last 2 games, and Cleveland makes it a 17-6 game with a PAT on the way. Nice run by Jerome Ford. Nearly had it on the opening drive, on the opening play, really. This time, there's no mistake about it. It goes to 34, basically untouched. Good blocking by the 5 men up front, and the Browns go 11 plays, 70 yards in 5 minutes to get themselves on the scoreboard. 2nd and 11 for Michael Penix now. Good pocket to throw to. Dumps it off over Drake London as the extra point is no good. God damn it, Dustin Hopkins.
Get him off the he's done. He's done.
His replacement's in Atlanta right now. I didn't see that. How bad was the miss of it? With?
It was bad.
It
was bad to the right.
Jeez, Dustin. Trade a 4th rounder for Cade York and double invest a 4th round pick in him. Double dip. Meanwhile, Drake London, he's just a monster over the middle of the field. It's got to suck tackling him for 60 minutes. 5 grabs for 59 yards today. He does not look to go out of bounds. He looks for every yard. 1st and 10 on the Giants half of the 50. Penix hands it off, and it's a nice run for Algier. Algier has the first down, and the Falcons are marching down the field looking to really put themselves far away from the Giants. We've got 195 likes on our Browns channel, 230 on the Falcons channel. Hit that thumbs up button if you're enjoying our dual stream today. It'll be the first and probably the last, but I host both these channels here at Chat Sports. If you don't know, it's a growing company, and until we have enough hosts for all 32 teams and whatnot, some people have to double dip, and I love what I get to do, talk about the NFL, so I don't complain. 1st and 10, Penix pump fakes. Then he fires it short, incomplete. These 2 teams, by the way, do not like each other. And they have no reason to dislike each other coming into today. But it has gotten chippy between Atlanta and New York. Bright Wolf, that is true. If Atlanta wins, all of Atlanta are Cowboys fans tonight. And then the Falcons control their own destiny. with games against the Commanders and the Panthers awaiting them. 2nd and 10, Michael Penix in the pistol at the 30-yard line. Takes the snap. Penix goes to Algier. Algier gets loose, and Algier stays on his feet, gets 9. 3rd and short coming up. Browns-Bengals still at commercial. Little Caesars, I thought they did a $5 pizza. Now it's a $10 pizza? I got trivia for everyone. When did the $5 footlong at Subway end? 3rd and 1, it's a run for the Falcons, and now Gio gets enough for the first.
Is it when they parted ways with Jared?
No, because that happened much earlier than maybe you think. Like, that was a while ago when Jared went far away. Ready for the answer? 2014. So very close. Yeah. Cleveland kicks it off to restart the game with under 6 to go in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Another run, this one to Robinson, and he gets 4. Inside the game time red zone. What's your go-to quick sandwich place? Don't worry about the shots. 1st and 10.
Go-to sandwich place?
Go-to sandwich chain.
Jersey Mike's.
I do love Jersey Mike's and Jimmy John's. I like which sometimes. I've had some bad experiences. I've also had some great experiences. As Robinson takes a 2nd and 6 run for nothing. 3rd down coming up. Burrow's pass is broken up. You know who's played good football for the Browns the last month and a half or so? Devin Bush. Since JOK went down, he's had a much larger role. I think he's potentially earned himself a spot in the roster, or at least a training camp spot next year again. Devin Bush, watch for him, number 30. He's played some good football for Cleveland the last month and a half. Buster Deering, a $10 shot. Eggnog, all right. Eggnog coming up. I guess there are a couple eggnogs, so we'll just knock them out. 2nd and 10, snap to Burrow. Throw to the right is caught T. Higgins. Denzel Ward makes a tackle. We are due for a Denzel Ward interception. He loves picking off Joe Burrow. All right, a couple cannonballs coming. 3rd and 7 for the Browns as Michael Penix finds Robinson on the wheel route, and it's going to set up 1st and goal for Atlanta. 1st and goal for the Falcons, and maybe now we have an injury in the Cincinnati game. All right. Penix's pass, end zone, broken up. Good play by the Giants corner, Deontay Banks, 1st-round pick out of Maryland.
Cannonball.
Cannonball. Cannonball coming. Cannonball. It's not as good
Oh, it
warm.
is warm.
I told you.
Oh, no.
Penix still searching for that first career touchdown pass. 2nd and goal inside the 5. Give me a moment, Alex. In the pistol. Penix takes the snap. Handoff. Robinson's going to run it in for a touchdown. He will jog it in for a touchdown. Untouched. 2nd one of the day for 7, who continues to have a historic season in just year number 2. Atlanta has opened this game wide open. 30-7. A pair of rushing touchdowns from Robinson and a pair of defensive touchdowns from Matthew Judon and Jesse Bates. Penix, I still want the touchdown pass today. You kind of want that monkey off your back first game. So then the second game, if it's not happening in the first half, you're not like thinking about it. Like, well, it's been 6 quarters now. Extra point, by the way, is up and good. He's just so fast, too. And there's good blocking and all, but he immediately goes, well, I'm going to run to the left, and no one's going to catch me. I'll just jog in. Okay. What was the question that I had to answer? Oh, Alex wanted to know if the Falcons should draft A.J. Terrell's brother. It's funny you say that just because earlier this year when I was watching a Clemson game, I was like, there's a corner on Clemson named Terrell. There's about a 99% chance that A.J. Terrell has a younger brother who's at Clemson. Sure enough, it's his younger brother. I can't give you a good answer, we'll say, if it's a good pick. I have not watched enough Clemson football this year to tell you one way or the other. I do believe he is a good corner. I have not seen him be discussed as a first or second round draft pick. So maybe later in the draft, I wouldn't hate it, but I'm not going to pick him because of the brother thing. Although last year I did advocate that for Caden and Jonah Ellis. Actually, I'm in. Yeah, do the brother thing. Yeah. 3rd and 7. And Burrow is sacked. Down he goes. Cleveland's defense showing some life. In a 17-6 game, down 11, Grant Delpit, I've hardly said his name all year long, makes a nice play on fellow number 9. I didn't realize it was Higgins who got hurt earlier on the tackle by Denzel Ward. So could be a big loss for Cincinnati in their conquest to make the playoffs. Good punt by the Bengals. Return across the 20. Prochet stuttering across the 30. Tackled at the 36-yard line. So decent field position for Mr. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who can make it a one-score game on this drive. Quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. If you want to go catch a college football playoff game, a Browns game, a Falcons game, a Hawks game, a Cavs game, or any other sporting event in your area, download the Game Time app today and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. One thing I love about Game Time is they offer the Game Time guarantee. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time when you use promo code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game Time. So we are back in both Cincinnati and Atlanta. Falcons definitely in a comfortable position at the moment. Meanwhile, the Browns are trailing 17-6, trying to claw their way back in this game here in the second half. What's crazy is if Deontay Foreman does not fumble at the 1-yard line, could be a very different game as DTR. That was a nice strike to Jerry Jeudy. That's caught, gain of 15. 1st and 10, Cleveland. Giants, by the way, halfway through the third quarter, they are down big, 31-7. Drew Lock has single-handedly sunk them the game, throwing 2 pick sixes and a forced fumble as well. Jeudy, 2 grabs for 20 yards, and Reed is having an absolute meltdown because of his fantasy matchup. Not a chat sports guy. Just a me guy. He's a Reed sports guy.
Hey, I'm not
You're
melting.
a Reed sports guy.
I'm not melting.
DTR on play action finds Njoku, gain of 2 yards. Meanwhile, the Giants offense continues to trot out Drew Lock, although Tim Boyle is definitely no better. I really want to know how Tim Boyle has stuck around this long. He needs to write a book for anyone in any profession. It's kind of like Michael Scott being the manager for as long as he was. Like, how did you do that? 2nd and 9 for the Browns. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4 for Drew Lock and the Giants. Both teams around the same field position as DTR's pass is broken up. Lock's pass also broken up. So both DBs making nice, good plays. Flag is thrown on Cincy. I think they might get PI for the Bengals. No, it's roughing the passer So 15 yards and a first down for Cleveland gets them deeper in Cincinnati territory. Joseph Ossai, he's the one that cost them the playoff game against the Chiefs, right? He pushed Mahomes out of bounds. He went to Texas. 1st and 10 for Cleveland as the Giants punted away after their incomplete pass on 3rd and 4. Tell you what, when the owner travels and the team gets embarrassed on the road, that's a long flight home for him to think. And John Mara for the Giants is at this game. And he's watching Michael Penix and this Falcons team torment his Giants. As a run for Cleveland on 1st and 10 goes backwards. Loss of 3 for Jerome Ford.
Did you see Dorian Thompson-Robinson sprinting to give a block for him?
He is doing everything in his power to make a case to be, I would say, like on this team next year. You know, let's start there. I don't think he's a shoo-in for the roster next season. Colts all over the Titans, 38-7. They have a very small chance of making the playoffs, but a win certainly keeps their hopes alive. As DTR on 2nd and 13 rolls to the left, runs with it. DTR with his legs gets the first down. Attaboy 17. Good run by Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and the Browns don't look now, but they may not care about your aspirations for an early draft pick. They're making some noise here. Falcons game at commercial break. Scenario. No, I doubt it. But like, would they put Kirk Cousins in because the game's a blowout, like you typically do? A run for Jerome Ford. I doubt it, just because you want Penix to get every possible snap. But if it's 31-7, if they score again, it's 38-7 in the 4th quarter. That's very much in play for pull the starters. But when you do that, it'd be awkward to put Kirk back in there. 2nd and 3 for Cleveland inside the game time red zone. Last 30 seconds of the 3rd quarter. Snap to DTR. Handoff goes to Ford. Good running by 34. He gets the first down. Browns have 1st and 10 when the 4th quarter rolls around. So we're at, for the Browns channel, $252 in Super Chats. $513 is what my boss put out there to get a jersey raffle. Got some work to do, like double the amount we currently have. I want to make a deal, though, because I feel like it wasn't very fair that Browns got stuck with 513 as the area code. That's a pretty big area code. What do you think would be a fair 300? I think 300. We're 48 away from that. 300. If we can get to $300 in Super Chats on the Browns channel after the game, we will do a jersey raffle. We're 48 USD away from that number. Meanwhile, with Jeremy Stallman kind of putting the team on his back, he has made up some ground on the Falcons Today Super Chats, which is at 290. So appreciate, obviously, Jeebus H. Christ, but everyone who's been able to support the channel. 211 likes on our Browns stream, 265 on Falcons. As 2nd and 7 for Michael Penix is thrown out to Ray McLeod. Gain of 6, 3rd and 1 coming up for Atlanta. Falcons win today, and Buccaneers lose tonight in Dallas. Atlanta would then be in the 3-seed spot. They'll be in the playoffs. We'll worry about the seeding later. But they would control their own destiny since they have the head-to-head tiebreaker with Tampa. Third and 1 for Michael Penix in Atlanta, just across their own 20-yard line. Snap, handoff, and a run by Algier is not going to get there. Stop just short with under 5 to go in the 3rd quarter. So Atlanta will likely punt it away. Maybe they go for it, but
How has this game gone slower than the other game?
well, at one point, like each game was ahead of each other clockwise. They've kind of flip flopped a little bit. Oh, they gave Atlanta the first down. I didn't think Algier got it, but you'll take it. 1st and 10, Penix at his own 23. Penix takes the snap. It's a handoff, and Algier running yet again, gain of 4.
I think Penix stays in the whole game no matter what.
I agree. You want to get every single snap possible for him. And also just like, sure, the risk of injury, I get that, but it'd be weird to send, hey, Kirk, do you want to go play some charity snaps right now? You want to give another run, 18?
I'm sure he'd so be into it, too.
Yeah. Everyone gives like a little like petty clap. You think they would let him score, kind of like one of those like Make-A-Wish things? Like they let him score, like they let him run him in. Like, you got it, Kirk. DTR on 1st and 10 is going to run. DTR to the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Browns. There is a flag, and no one is celebrating. Holding on the offense wipes away a DTR touchdown run. Jordan Akins, the guilty party. Ray McLeod just took a handoff from Penix, and he was able to run his way for a first down as well. A little pop pass.
I love using that play in NCAA football.
Yeah. First and 10 for the Falcons. Meanwhile, the Browns are going backwards inside the now Prize Picks red zone. 1st and 13. Penix from his own 35 hands it off to Robinson, and Bijan is stopped at the line of scrimmage. DTR from the 15-yard line has 1st and 13. Here's the snap. Throw over the head of his receiver, incomplete. Penix is, Cousins is definitely I'm going to keep my helmet on to stay ready. He's a big, don't get ready, stay ready kind of guy, I feel like.
And it's also, well, if they see me with my helmet on, maybe they think I'm still a good quarterback.
Right. Penix hands it off to Robinson on 2nd and 10, and Bijan gets 12. He so nonchalantly gets 12 yards that you don't even get all that excited about it. As DTR throws it out to the flat on 2nd and 13, and Jerome Ford has had some good football the last couple of games, but a flag, what was a very nice play by 34, is going to wipe it all away. Holding on the offense. So make it 2nd and 23, and with their kicking issues, they might be pushing themselves out of field goal range. The rookie Jamari Thrash got his first penalty. Does he hold? Watch 80? Kind of, yeah. Penix on 1st and 10, throwing deep. It is caught. Gain of 20. And that's Blair. Remember him in the preseason? Well, he gets elevated to the active roster. Kadeel Hodge is dealing with a rib injury. So Chris Blair, first time seeing him in the regular season, makes a nice catch. 2nd and 21 for DTR outside the red zone now. And it's a quarterback keeper on the option. DTR fumbles and then recovers himself. A bit of a lucky bounce as it jumped right back into his lap.
Petey, something I love about that Penix throw is he threw it a little bit behind his receiver so that, 1, the receiver didn't get crushed, and 2, to protect the ball.
1st and 10 for the Atlanta Falcons is a handoff to Robinson, gain of 8. And DTR nearly turned it over. A lucky break there. 3rd and 7 now for Cleveland. 4th quarter, you're down 11. Field goal would suffice here, right? Make it a one-score game. Play clock winding down. Snap to DTR on 3rd and 7. Throws it end zone. Intercepted. It's picked off. And it's going to be kneel down for a touchback. I wanted to say earlier, I have a bad feeling this drive's going to end in an interception. But I didn't want to be the Grinch. I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer. And there it is. DTR just trying to make a play. And he throws it up, and it's intercepted. So Cincinnati football at their own 20, up 11. Up 11. Meanwhile, the Falcons game is at commercial break. Going into the fourth quarter in Atlanta with a commanding 31-7 lead. Let's just give a couple of score updates. Actually, Reed, we should tell them about next weekend. But while we get that up and ready, let's see. Colts 38, Titans 15. Cardinals making a little bit of a comeback. They trail Carolina 23-20. It's Eagles 24-14. Rams ahead of the Jets. Ideally, Browns fans, you want the Jets to win to move up in the draft, and then the Browns move down in the draft. So, coming up next weekend, here at Chat Sports, we're going to have watch parties for all 4 college football quarterfinal playoff games. So if you are looking to enjoy a watch party similar to this one, maybe you just don't have the ability to watch these games on TV. Maybe you can and you just want to have us on your phone or your monitor while you have the game on TV. Whatever the reason might be, I just invite everyone to subscribe to Chat Sports. That way when the games kind of get going next weekend, you know to tune in. So make sure you visit Chat Sports on YouTube. It's the mothership here. Nearly 400,000 subscribers, so you're in good hands, I promise. We have a lot of fun matchups. The Rose Bowl, Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame with no Carson Beck. I'm looking forward to Boise State, Penn State. My bracket is nearly, we only had 4 games, but I had everyone winning that won this past weekend except I got Tennessee, Ohio State wrong. But I've got Oregon advancing, I've got Texas advancing, I've got Georgia advancing, and I've got Boise State advancing. So hang out here at Chat Sports next weekend for the college football playoff quarterfinal games. Who is going to win the CFP? Reed and Justin, I'll open it up to you as Atlanta starts the fourth quarter inside the Giants 30 with 2nd and 2. I'm thinking Oregon, though.
That's my number one right now.
Hot pick, I know.
It's a hot pick, only because watching them against Penn State. Penn State's a great team.
Yeah.
Oregon is a dominant team.
Correct. Yeah, you're Justin.
Obviously, Texas Longhorns.
Uh-huh.
I know all the Georgia fans in the Falcons chat might disagree, but I don't even think they might lose to Notre Dame, quite honestly.
I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that Carson Beck is out because he sucks.
Yeah.
He sucks too. He had that fun spark. But I could see Kirby Smart with 2 weeks getting him ready. Yeah. 3rd and 1 for Atlanta at the 26-yard line. Penix under center. Handoff. Bijan. Robinson. First down and more. Robinson knifing his way out towards the 20. Meanwhile, here's Joe Burrow on 2nd and 5 early in the fourth quarter. Burrow is sacked. Down he goes. 4 white jerseys all over him. Mike Hall, Okoronkwo, everyone getting to 9. But the rookie Hall up the middle. A little bit of some hope and glimmer of the future for the Cleveland Browns defense. 2nd round pick out of Ohio State. And he's made a big impact the last couple of weeks with a larger role since coming back from injured reserve. 1st and 10 for Penix at the 22-yard line. Penix hands it off to Algier as Algier is going to fight for 2 to 3 yards inside the Prize Picks red zone. Burrow at his own 20 as 3rd and 10 and delay a game. Delay a game. That's delay of game. That's BS. Bengals get 9 yards. It's 4th and 1. A complete missed delay of game call. That should be delay of game. Receivers definitely short of the line to gain. 2nd and 8 for Penix and the Falcons. Inside the 20. Under 13 to play. Penix takes the snap. Looking. Slant. Kyle Pitts catches it this time. His first grab of the day, I think, right? And it's going to be 3rd and 2. Burrow and the Bengals line up to go for it. On 4th and 1, they are going to take the delay of game or the timeout. They wanted to see if Cleveland would jump. That was delay of game. 3rd and 2 coming up for Atlanta. Meanwhile, 4th and 1 for the Bengals. Do they want to punt? Do they want to go for it? They got an 11-point lead with 11 and a half to go in the fourth. Inside the 15-yard line, Michael Penix takes a 3rd and 2 snap. It's a handoff to Robinson. Bijan is going to get the first down. There's a flag thrown. He had it, and then he's like, I'm going to go the long way, maybe get some more yards. That was a bad idea. Ended up making life a little bit more difficult for himself, but holding on the offense is going to wipe away this run anyway, and we'll have 3rd and 12. Cincinnati comes out of their timeout in punt formation from their own 29-yard line, and they do indeed punt it away. It's a good punt, fair catch made at the 14-yard line. Buster, Mooney for the touchdown, my prediction. Get your touchdown predictions in. Who's going to catch Michael Penix's first touchdown pass? I like Darnell Mooney. I kind of like Drake London. I mean, it's basic, but he's just so freaking good. And I feel like as a rookie, he's going to just go to him often.
Kyle Pitts' revenge touchdown?
Maybe. 3rd and 11 now for Michael Penix. The Browns game's at commercial. Penix on the crosser, finding a man for a gain of 4, and it'll be 4th down. So we'll get Riley Patterson on the field again, who is 1 for 2 today. Missed from 43, made from 52. Younghoe Koo, if you didn't see it, by the way, placed on IR, out for the rest of the regular season. And it would be the first week of the postseason. It's 4 weeks. It's not like 4 games. So it would continue into the playoffs as well. But I think no matter what, he's probably done. 4th and 8. Kick is up for Patterson. Kick is good. So the lead grows for the Dirty Birds, 34-7. Patterson now 2 for 3 on field goals. Jeebus with a $10 super. That's an eggnog shot. Eggnog. Cannonball coming. This big win brings down the ruckus behind the narrative surrounding the Falcons. This is great for the team and fan base right now. Penix is standing firm and erect, delivering his payload. That could not have been an accident. Penix is standing firm and I didn't even notice the firm part.
I love how you didn't get it. Me and Justin.
No, I got the erect part. I saw the erect and payload, and then I saw the Penix and firm part.
I was hoping
that's a creative sentence.
I was hoping you'd be like, penis, like say it like a little in between. Penix.
Yeah, Jeebus, you're absolutely right though. I mean, this was a big whew. We beat the Raiders last week, but not by a whole lot. And we should have won by a lot more. This is hey, we're a good football team, and we just played like it today. And good football teams beat the crap out of bad football teams. DTR floats it out to Jerome Ford. Ford running after the catch, gain of 12. I really like what 34 has done to close out the year. Hopefully he finishes strong the last 2 games beyond tonight or today.
I did not realize he was that
Jeebus,
fast.
that was elite, though. We got a James Harper super chat, ladies and gentlemen. Browns channel now is at 272 in supers. 300 will do a jersey raffle. 1st and 10 for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Handoff to Ford. $28 away. 2nd and 5 coming up for the Browns. Meanwhile, the Falcons game just coming back from commercial after Riley Patterson made a field goal. Oh, I think it might be Tim Boyle. Could be Tim Boyle. I don't think I'd ever want Brian Dable to be mad at me. 2nd and 5, throw to the right. Power rank coaches, you would be happy. Who's the best coach to be mad at you?
Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, I feel like Raheem Morris can't get mad. He's just super uplifting. You know what I mean? Belichick's like number one of the worst.
Yeah, Belichick's number one. I think
1st and 10 run for the Browns goes for 2 yards.
I would hate to have Andy Reid mad at me.
Yeah, you're walking to the sideline, and he's just standing there like the walrus, and his beard's like frozen. That'd be a bad one.
I would not care if Mike McCarthy was mad at me. I'd just be like, all right.
If Josh McDaniels was mad at me, I wouldn't take him seriously. James, I just woke up. What? 1 moment. 1st and 10 for the Giants at their own 30-yard line. And Drew Lock still in the game. Throws deep, and it is broken up. Great play by Mike Hughes as the Browns get 2 yards with Pierre Strong Jr. setting up 3rd and 6. All right, James, I just woke up, worked night shift last night, but the interception and the low-score DTR, not our guy. Merry Christmas, Browns fans. Well, James, thank you for tuning in. And, yeah, DTR has played well today in terms of, like, effort, grit, but I have not seen him show me anything that believes he can be an actual starter for 2025. 3rd and 6 coming up for Cleveland. 2nd and 10 coming up for New York. Snap to Lock. Quick throw to the side. Tyrone Trace will get the first down and some extra yardage. Meanwhile, DTR on 3rd and 6 going across his body. And it's intercepted. It is picked off by Geno Stone. He was trying to thread the needle to Njoku. The pass was tipped a million times, and ultimately Stone comes up with it. So, yeah, back-to-back interceptions for DTR on plays where he's just trying a little too much, which, hey, when you're losing, might as well, I guess. Trying to do what's best for the team, not his own stat line, take a chance, but another interception. 1st and 10 for Locke, going deep, and that has no chance. Out of bounds, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Drew Lock today, by the way, 12 of 25, 91 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. That is like Josh Rosen at his peak. James and Buster, thank you both for your supers. Browns, like I said, is at 272. Get to 300, and we can do a jersey raffle. And potentially pass Falcons, which is at 304. Yeah. Is it Kirk Cousins' time in Cleveland next year? As a 2nd and 10 snap to Drew Lock is a designed quarterback run. Gain of maybe 1. Running Drew Lock intentionally doesn't sound like a good plan. He's not slow. Just doesn't sound like a good plan. Man, Brian Burns, now that I think about it, went from being on the worst team in football last year with the Panthers, he's got a chance to be on the worst team in football in back-to-back years. If the Raiders beat the Jags today, which I don't think they will, the Giants will be in the driver's seat for the number 1 overall pick. That's got to be tough for him. 2 years, and you lost for weeks on weeks on weeks straight. Judon jumped off sides massively. Nine minutes to go in Atlanta. 3rd and 4 coming up for the Giants. Overall thoughts, and I'll share this in the post-game video we put out later. Good stuff for Michael Penix today as far as debuts go. No passing touchdown, but you could thank Bijan in the defense for so many rushing touchdowns. Kind of robbed the Falcons of some possessions, honestly. Snap to Lock on 3rd and 4. He heaves it deep, and this is caught. Malik Neighbors. Good play by Neighbors. There's a flag, though. So this great effort might be for none. Browns, 3 turnovers today. They had a fumble by Deontay Foreman at the 1-yard line, which was kind of a tone setter for how the rest of the game would go. And then 2 interceptions. So here's Joe Burrow, up 11 with 8.5 to go in the 4th quarter. Pamela. It's a run for Chase Brown, gain of 9. Great job hosting a dual chat. Sorry, not sorry about yesterday. Merry Christmas, all. Pamela, thank you for being a good sport and for tuning in today and for tuning in every single watch party. It's always great to see familiar names and faces like yourselves. Pamela, thank you, and Merry Christmas to you as well. Third and 9, and sack for the Falcons defense. Drew Lock goes down. Atlanta's pass rush stays hot. Matthew Judon having probably the best game of his Falcons career. Judon gets to Lock. He's got a sack, an interception, and a touchdown today now. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Browns channel at 282, $18 away from 300 to do the jersey raffle. Snap to Burrow, throwing deep right side, and it's caught. Big gain to Josevich. First down, Cincinnati. Under 7 to go, clock's ticking away. Looked like he was working on the Warden. Yeah, wow. Denzel Ward actually has decent coverage. It's just the difference of size, and it's a perfect ball. I mean, I wouldn't say the Warden is like terribly beat or anything. It's just a really good throw and catch. It's just hard to defend when the receiver's got 3 to 4 inches on you. 1st and 10. Snap to Burrow, throw to the left, caught by Jamar Chase, who's been quite quiet the second half. Spins out of 2 tackles and has 1st and goal for the Bengals. Flag is thrown, though. AFX with a $2 super. Ricky's here. Petey, Petey, Petey. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas from Brownies Nation. Ricky, thank you. Merry Christmas. Brian with the $5 super. Atlanta's game is currently at commercial. They did tip the punt. The game's just so far out of reach for the Giants now that there's no point in celebrating every single little thing here. AFX as the Bengals hand it off on 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Mason Graham or Abdul Carter? Okay, I'm true D1 now. I'm truly done now. So, Mason Graham might be a better prospect, let's say. But the importance of the position weighs in heavily for me when you're picking top 10. When you pick top 10, you got to pick, in my opinion, cornerstone positions. Yes, you can find good guards, good safeties. Those guys do not have as big of an impact as edge rushers, wide receivers, offensive tackles, and corners do on a football game. I would go Abdul Carter somewhat because of the position alone, if you think they are both equal prospects. Now, of course, if Mason Graham's next to Aaron Donald, then I'm wrong and it's an exception. But picking top 10, I would like to see them go cornerstone position. Like Abdul Carter, like Will Johnson, like Calvin Banks. Yeah, Zach Harrison for the Falcons, by the way, getting a fingertip to that punt, tipping it just enough to take a lot of air out of it. And there's Kadil Hodge. So Penix has 1st and 10 from his own 39. The Bengals having 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. It's a bootleg for Burrow. There's nowhere to go. Ball comes out. Ball. Recovered by Cleveland. Isaiah McGuire forces the fumble, and Briggs jumps on top of it. Big mistake by Burrow. 1st and 10, Cleveland. Couple of the youngins making big plays for the Brownies, down 11 with under 5 to go. Brian, I'm done with the Browns, right as the Browns do that. I'm done with the Browns this year, but my second favorite team is going to the Super Bowl, so it's okay, Skol Viking. All-time uniforms for the Vikings. All-time uniforms. I don't know how the Vikings kind of get off the hook a little bit. Like, back when, the debate over whether or not the Redskins should change their name was at its peak. Like, The Vikings were not good people. I mean, I don't think anyone was happy when the Vikings came to their town. I don't think that was something they celebrated. But now we're like, Vikings are awesome. And there are like so many people from so many centuries that are like, I don't think you guys know what the Vikings were all about.
I wonder what like the horn that they blow.
Yeah.
I wonder what that means.
Oh, you hear the horn. I don't think you're like, oh, here comes Sam Darnold. You're like, no. This is going to be a rape and pillaging of my village. 2nd and 7 for the Browns. DTR at his own 24-yard line. Michael Penix facing 3rd and 14, by the way. Snap to DTR, snap to Penix. Penix's pass is caught by Darnell Mooney. DTR finding Elijah Moore for the first time today. Big gain gets Cleveland out towards the 50. Penix's pass to Darnell Mooney on 3rd and 14 is good for about half of the yardage they needed on 3rd and 14. And we'll bring up 4th and 2, actually. Sorry. So almost all of it. Atlanta will punt on 4th and 2, though, from midfield, up 34-7. Browns, 1st and 10 from their own 39. DTR throwing right side. It is caught. Elijah Moore gets 6 yards. We have a few more Super Chats to catch up on here, I think. AFX, always I'm done. Breadsticks, we have a good future for D-line. Is Breadsticks like a nickname for someone? Am I missing something here? Are we talking like Olive Garden breadsticks, AFX? You kind of lost me. 2nd and 4 for DTR. He's going to get sacked. Loss of 4 on the play. We'll bring up 3rd and about 8. Falcons game's at commercial. 3rd and 8 for Cleveland. Dorian Thompson-Robinson takes the snap. Looking, running for his life, spins out of 1 sack. DTR throwing out of bounds, incomplete. So what do you do here, guys? 4th and 8. You're down 17-6 with 3 minutes to go and all 3 timeouts. Do you punt it like Curt Cignetti, or do you go for it? I would go for it. And the Browns keep the offense on the field. Game really comes down to this. 4th and 8 from their own 41-yard line. Snap to Dorian Thompson-Robinson. 3-man rush. DTR looking, spinning, nearly sacking himself. Now he's going to throw it out of bounds. Oh, no, it's caught! Oh, my gosh! It's caught by Njoku. I don't know how to describe this. It looked like DTR was just going to fling it out of bounds. Instead, he finds Njoku on the sideline, who gets 2 feet in. First down, Cleveland. Bengals fans desperately want an OPI. They don't get it. 1st and 10. Pass is caught. 2-yard gain. Njoku. Clock's running. 2:40. Gotta have some urgency, right? You're down 2 scores. You have all 3 timeouts, so you could score, kick it off, use all 3 timeouts, get the ball back, but a little pep in your step would be nice here. 2nd and 8, under 2.5 to play. Thompson-Robinson, once again, running. Oh, no. Fumble goes out of bounds. This clock should keep running, and it stops. They might call it incomplete, I guess. Meanwhile, back in Atlanta, it's 2nd down coming up for the Giants, who are down by a lot, 34-7, with 5 minutes and counting. Commanders. Oh, are they going to call intentional grounding? Yeah. But it looked to me like the pass might have been hit as he was throwing it. You can review intentional grounding. Does the defender get a hand to it as he's releasing the football? Or does he truly just throw this out of bounds? Like right there, you see what I'm saying? Like, to me, it looks like the defender gets a hand on it, and then that can't be intentional grounding. Ball is tipped. Yeah. I don't claim to be an encyclopedia, but this doesn't seem like intentional grounding. 3rd and 20, DTR is sacked. So that dream is over. 4th and a mile coming up. Meanwhile, Drew Lock, 1st and 10, passes caught, slipping a tackle and running for extra yards as Darius Slayton, and then pushed out of bounds with 4 minutes to go. I don't think that should have been intentional ground. I mean, the pass was tipped. Can it still be intentional grounding? That doesn't sound right. Doesn't feel right. Right or wrong? All right. We'll do after this next snap right here. 1st and 10 for the Giants. Pass is completed for the Giants to Malik Neighbors. Gain of 11 as they put together a little bit of a garbage time drive here. Quick shout out to our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super fun and simple to use. All you got to do at Prize Picks is pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash during Pickmas. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. I can get my money as quick as 15 minutes. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. All of that information is in the comments and description of today's video. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks now offers Venmo, by the way, for quick and easy deposits along with withdrawals into your account. PrizePicks, run your game. We are back for the final few minutes as the Giants have 2nd and 8 with 3:30 remaining, and we just got a $10 super chat from Mr. Braden, and that puts the Browns report over $300 in super chats. And by the way, it now gets them within $3 of Falcons Today in super chat, so they might come back and win the super chat battle altogether after a Jeebus H. Christ $200 super chat gave Falcons Today a commanding lead. Braden, hey Matt, I'm back. I just want to say thank you so much for the Joe Thomas jersey last week. So now who are you rooting for in the CFP? First off, Braden, you're very welcome. Did the jersey arrive? I meant to check over the weekend, and I just was busy this weekend, as you could tell. So hopefully everything looks good on your end. Who am I rooting for? Boise State. I'm rooting heavily against Georgia. That's my nightmare. Sorry, Georgia fans, but I would expect the same for you guys for Tennessee. I don't really want Ohio State to win it just because, I guess they beat us, so it looks better that way. 4th and 27, DTR throwing passes, tipped and incomplete. I guess Boise State. I like making fun of Penn State for always choking in the big game. I have no ill will or love for Oregon. They're just so far from my life. I don't care about them. Arizona State is kind of the same thing as Oregon. Texas. I don't really want to see Texas, another SEC team, win it. So I'll go with Boise State. Nick Bilato. I remembered it this time. First and 10 for the Bengals. Browns better not use their timeouts. And then Max Nikolenko along with Sal. All right, Sal, being a Browns fan was easier when expectations were low. Yeah, but fan base always had high expectations, right? Like there was always a lot. I wouldn't say a lot, but there was always hope. But I get what you're saying. Sal, thank you for your super chat and your support. Nick Bilato, we can't let anyone beat the Falcons. Rise up, baby. Another eggnog. Right now it's 314 to 323 in favor of the Browns report. Second and 6. Oh, the Browns are going to call their timeouts. Please get a first down since offsides, free play. Joe Burrow, end zone. This will be caught. Touchdown. Jamar Chase. Was he in bounds? I think he was. So Burrow and Chase hook up, and that definitely was meaningful to some fantasy owners. And it is now 23-6. By the way, first and goal is coming up for the Giants. I know we've I don't know why I handed you that. I mean, just a meaningless garbage drive right now from New York. But Malik Neighbors' reception gets him inside the 5.
And Justin.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball. Ooh. First and goal for Drew Lock at the 5-yard line.
Ooh, still tastes good, though. Justin won his prize picks.
Sal pitch right. Oh, my gosh. Drew Lock pitch right to Tyrone Tracy, and he's out at the 1. We had another super fly in from Max Nikolenko. I think I didn't see it. Yeah, really quickly. And then we'll have our raffles after the game. We ready for that-ish? Okay. How about we have Justin start on that right now? So, yeah, give some directions here. Max, this is impossible. Offensive line paper thin. I mean, DTR has definitely been a combination of running for his life and also just abandoning the pocket maybe a little too quick and wanting to just trust his legs. The offensive line sure hasn't played the best game of the season, but there have been instances, somewhat like Watson, where it's like, dude, why are you leaving the pocket? Like, just stay in there for a little bit. Don't be so quick to bail out. So it's a 24-6 lead for the Bengals with a minute 44. There's really no hardcore takeaway for this game for the Browns other than you can't wait for the season to be over. And I know that Steelers win felt like it really saved a lot of jobs in Cleveland. And I think I said in my following video, the post-game video, of like, it's all good right now, but remember, when January rolls around, this is going to feel very far removed. And if things don't continue to stack up well for the Browns, maybe there will be discussions about Kevin Stefanski's job. And the Browns have just gotten bent over and railed every single game. I mean, 2-score losses to the Broncos, to the Chiefs, and now to the Steelers, and now to the Bengals. John Menifee with a $5 super. Braden with another $10 super chat. First and 10 coming up for DTR. Put in Bailey Zappi. Might as well. See what you have in him for next week. Snap to Dorian Thompson-Robinson. His pass to Ford is complete over the middle. Gain of 9 or so.
Petey, I've been really impressed, especially this game, with Ford.
I think Ford's had an outstanding game.
Yeah.
If there's like a few guys that aren't on my shit list after this game for Cleveland, probably Myles Garrett, he got the sack, and Jerome Ford. And Njoku. Probably the only ones I'm not mad at. First and 10, pass for DTR is going to be intercepted. Oh my gosh! It hit 5 different Bengals players' hands, and none of them could come up with it. It just held up in the air forever. Big miss right there for the Bengals. Oh, it doesn't really matter, but incomplete. John, drink the pain away. Petey, that's all we can do. What a dumpster fire. Joe is balling. You think Coach stays? And what about Barry? Jameis, best QB1 right now. By Joe is balling, are we talking Joe Flacco? Right? Is that the same Joe you thinking of? Because he wasn't really balling when he took over from Anthony Richardson as like a full-time starter because he was benched shortly after. By the way, the Titans have made a comeback. It's 38-30. It was 38-7. Wow. I think Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry will stay. I think Jimmy Haslam will hear them out for their plan of quick turnaround because they have proven to be successful with inconsistent quarterback play. And my guess is they're going to have a plan that will bail them out. John, thank you for your super. We got another one from Braden coming in here. The jersey is not come in. I'm sorry, Braden. Has not come in quite yet, but it's going to be a great gift for my dad for the holidays. And I wanted to say Merry Christmas to everyone at Chat Sports and friends and family, and go Boise. Braden, thank you, and hopefully it comes in. Today's the 22nd, so either Monday or Tuesday, fingers crossed. But either way, Braden, thank you so much for your super chat, and thank you for supporting the channel. Go Browns, and Merry Christmas to you, Braden. Should we watch some of the other games that are much closer instead? Because these games are stinking out loud. 3rd and 10 coming up for the Browns here with a minute 3. And DTR is going to get sacked. No, he avoids it. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's a late hit. That's got to be a flag. DTR is on the ground, and a Bengals player just spears him in the chest. Tom Brady would get that call immediately, and the player would get ejected. Drew Lock on 3rd and goal. End zone. Broken up. Incomplete. Oh, Mahomes would get the guy arrested for assault. 4th and 16. Put us out of our misery. Snap to DTR. Pass is rifled over the middle, and it's incomplete. Yeah, he's not a starting quarterback. He's a nice guy. I like to hang out with him. Not a starting quarterback. Okie dokie. Ray Bidding with a $2 super chat. Well, I put this in there for Michael Penix because he found out that he was getting the starting gig at Costco while getting a hot dog and then said he lost his appetite. So, what's the go-to thing at the Costco little food court? Hot dog, pizza, or chicken bake? I've never tried a chicken bake. I would say the pizza for me.
I don't think I've had Costco food.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a Costco.
Oh, I did not grow up in a Costco family either.
I know. I grew up.
Sam's Club?
Don't be weird. No, BJ's.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's like a Florida thing, right?
That was Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
I lived in Pennsylvania.
I know you lived in Pennsylvania, but I thought BJ's was in Florida.
No, but that was like until I was 14, so that was like young.
Yeah.
And then, I think Costco is Florida, because the Costco guys are from Boca.
Good point. So final in Cleveland, by the way, 24-6. We're gonna do our jersey race in just a moment. Let's add someone out of the chat just for free. So if you're still watching right now, we have 800 people tuned in on our Falcons stream, by the way. That game is almost final. 34-7 Dirty Birds with a minute 22 as the Giants have been trying to put up a meaningless score. So everyone just starts flooding the chat. Falcons fans, spam A, spam F. Don't spam F. Spam A. Browns fans, spam C, spam B. 4th and goal for the Giants at their own 20 at the Falcons 21-yard line. Drew Lock running for his life. Lock looking, throwing out of the back of the end zone. Incomplete. So turnover on downs, and Michael Penix's first career start is an emphatic 34-7 win in which he showed a lot of good stuff. He had some really nice passes. Overall, encouraging stuff from number 9 in start number 1. Keep spamming the chat. We're not nearly close enough to that chat moving at a high enough rate. spam the chat. I'm going to pause the Falcons chat first. 3rd and 8 right now for the Colts. Anthony Richardson's pass is caught first down, and that might, no, Titans have all 3 timeouts. But now it'll get a bit dicey for Tennessee to get the ball back. Browns fans are rooting on a Titans comeback win here. All right, I'm going to pause the chat for the Falcons stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. And I got Zalia. And I'm going to do the Browns chat next. Keep spamming. I'm going to pause it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause it. And I've got Dewey K. Zalia for the Falcons. So if you want to get added to the jersey raffle, super chat right now, any amount, 99 cents. It could be a 99-cent super chat, and you could get a jersey out of it. Zalia, Z-A-I-L-I-A. Z-I-L-L-A. Z-I-L-L-A. So kind of a last call, closing time, if you will. Time and the Buckeyes in both chats. Dirty dog. Watching the end of the Colts-Titans game right now as Indianapolis has 2nd and 8 at about midfield. And Richardson will keep it, and Richardson will get the first. He slid, but it might... Okay, they're going to give him the first down. We'll just do 1 for 1. Yeah. Yeah. Right, yep. Jeremy Stallman with a $5 super. Jeremy, I was waiting for this one. Michael Penix in victory formation. He finishes 18 for 27. 207 yards and 1 interception. That 1 interception was not on him. I mean, it should have been caught, but I still am critical of the decision to make the throw in the first place. We got Jeremy Stallman and Sub-Zero and Ray Bidding all getting in super chats. Great game altogether by Atlanta's defense, though. They have really come on the last couple of weeks with the sacks and now the takeaways and the touchdowns from Jesse Bates and Matthew Judon. So Atlanta's defense playing superb down the stretch here, kind of picking up the slack from the offense. So at least one side of the football has played well over the last couple of weeks, which is nice. But now the offense came to play. I mean, Bijan, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Ray Bidding, Merry Christmas to you, Ray. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to the entire Bidding family. We also had Jeremy Stallman's. Jacob Kistner. Merry Christmas to everyone at Chat Sports and Dog Pound. Merry Christmas, Kistner. When I was leaving the shoe yesterday, I was thinking of you, and I was thinking, it's you and me versus the entire chat tomorrow morning. Better buckle up. And then Jeremy Stallman, Petey, go Buckeyes. I had a great time, like, all together, minus the whole score and game part, but went to the O on the lane. I'm sure I kind of got that 50% wrong. Great bar. Had some good pizza, good bucket of beers, and it was called the O on the Lane. Yeah. It's right by the stadium. It was, I mean, like any stadium, though, a nightmare getting an Uber afterwards.
So,
we walked probably, I would say, 2 miles away from the stadium to finally get one. If anyone who went to Ohio State's watching right now, we got picked up, because I remember it, not far, like just down the road, from all like the fraternity and sorority houses. That was the march we went on to get to an Uber. Bright Wolf, yes, it is final. Yep. Bright Wolf, yes, I am.
No, so Petey,
And we got Ray Benning saying, put me in as well.
yes. We went to I went to the Texas Clemson game.
Yeah.
We paid for parking.
Yeah.
In like a parking garage.
Right.
And it was like probably like a 15, 20-minute walk to the stadium, which not bad at all.
Uh-huh.
It was perfect. And getting into the parking garage took about like 10, 15 minutes. Everything was conjumbled.
Yeah.
And then getting back, it took us an hour to get out of the parking garage. Just the parking garage.
That's the
worst. It took us like a little over an hour to get out of the parking garage. It was terrible.
Ooh, we got to go to that game. Eagles Commanders. This is not good news for Atlanta potential. Blocked. That's okay. I got the workaround. Golf. I don't think so. Okay. All right, we got one more super chat, and then we're about to do our races here. So last call. If you want to get out to the jersey raffle, the Eagles have blown a massive lead, I'd say. They now trail the Commanders 28-27. It is in Atlanta's best interest for the Commanders to lose this game. The good news is the Eagles have the ball. They're driving. Somewhat in fringe field goal range. The issue is Jake Elliott has been bad this year. Jalen Hurts is out with a concussion. Kenny Pickett time in Philly. They're at the Commanders' 36-yard line. Papa T with a $10 super. We need a smart draft. Stay away from head cases. Happy holidays. Yeah, I agree that the Browns have had some Kenny Pickett sacked on 2nd and 9. That's going to kick him out of field goal range. The Browns have made some poor decisions in terms of not factoring in player track record as much, right? Happened with Perrion Winfrey. Mike Hall over the summer. We're going to kind of forget about that. Like DeJuan Jones, there was concerns about his weight issues and whether he would stay in football shape. He came into camp way overweight. So, yeah, Papa T, yes, I completely agree. The Browns have not learned their lesson. 3rd and 15 for Kenny Pickett with 4 minutes to go and 2 timeouts. Pickett on 3rd and long. He's going to tuck it and run. Pickett with his legs is going to get, flag. Slid, and he drew the penalty. You know, I'm not really sure what the defender's supposed to do here because he has to believe Kenny Pickett is fighting for every yard. He doesn't touch his head. Oh, I guess his crotch does.
He went for it, though.
No, he's trying to knock him out. He's trying to tackle him.
It's honestly a terrible call. He's also the one that fake slid back in Pitt.
Yeah, you're right. Like, you have every right to believe the quarterback on 3rd and 15 is going to fight for every yard. And the defender does a good job of kind of pulling up here. He doesn't really touch his head at all. Oh, I think they picked up the flag. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, they picked it up. That's a good pickup. That should not have been a penalty.
As an Eagles fan, I agree with the pickup.
Yep. So now Elliott comes on for 4th down. He has been shaky all year, but this would give the Birds 2-point lead. From 50 yards, Elliott is 0 for 6 from beyond 50, and the Commanders are going to ice him, I think. Or maybe the Eagles are going to go for it. No, the Commanders call a timeout. All right, are we about ready for what happened to the Commanders win? If the Commanders win, Atlanta's playoff path through the wild card is dead. Yeah, dead. I think. It's just better if they just lose. Because right now the Falcons are 8-7. The Commanders, they win, they beat 10. And with 2 games remaining, Atlanta could sweep or win both, and Commanders could lose. You want them to lose this game. Because if they win this game, they have to lose their last 2. This is from 50 yards to give the Eagles the lead as they stay in contention for that first-round bye. 50-yarder from Jake Elliott is good. Got it. First 50-yarder of the year. He's 1 for 7 now. It's 30-28 Birds. Okay. Are we about ready on the name side of things? Okay. All right, we'll do the Falcons one first, and then we'll get into the Browns one. So we have a jersey raffle coming up. Last call on everyone watching Falcons today. Send in a super chat, and we will add you to our jersey raffle. Ninja Cow, yes, the Browns play the Ravens Week 18 in Baltimore. So it's a 2-point lead right now for Philly with 3:48. We're going to do the Falcons jersey raffle first, and then we will do the Browns jersey raffle. I know. Okay. Showtime, baby. You just put my email at the bottom. It'd be easier that way. Commanders take the kick return out to the 25, across the 30. Ooh, all the way to the 35-yard line, and they just need a field goal. Here comes Jaden Daniels. I think a win, they clinch. So a chance to be the hero as a rookie. What a comeback by the Commanders, though. So here's Jaden Daniels. First and 10, his own 35. Pulls it back. Looks to throw. It's incomplete. Searching for his tight end and former Eagle, Zach Ertz. Oh, maybe he's not out. Or maybe he's out. I don't remember. I thought that looked like his name. Santos. Okay. So duck race coming up right now for the Falcons jersey raffle. Snap to Jaden on 2nd and 10. His pass is caught. It's a 5-yard gain. Both teams have 2 timeouts. Third down coming up. Jaden Daniels takes the snap. Daniels rolling to his right, and it's picked off. Picked off by the Eagles. Rodrigo Blankenship. I combined a couple of names there. Eagles ball. Now, game's not over, but this is good for Atlanta. It makes next Sunday night very meaningful for both teams if the Commanders lose. Are we ready for Falcons? Okay. Here come the Santas for our Falcons jersey raffle. Send them. I just need the winner to email me their information. Jersey, size, address, all that good stuff. Reed Blankenship. Coming up with a big interception. They could have called roughing the passer there. Darius Slay nearly had it, and then his white safety comes through. 1 furlong in, and Jeebus has a lead.
It's a leisurely walk for the Santas right now.
5 turnovers today for the Commanders. Well, that's the story of the game without watching it. Kenny Pickett hands it off to Barkley. He is tracked down from behind. The tough thing here, 15 seconds left. Jameis with the lead. Can he hold on? 10 seconds remaining. Jameis. 7 seconds. Jameis. 5. No, Jameis. Buster. Buster's in. Buster Deering. Congratulations, Buster. My email's at the bottom. Please email me your info so I can get you your jersey. Congratulations, Buster. That's our Falcons race. Now it's time for the Browns race. 2nd and 13 for the Eagles. I was just going to say, what you don't want to have happen here, as A.J. Brown gets a lot of yards, is put yourself in a long-ish field goal so that if it's a miss, then the Commanders have good field position. You don't really want like a 45-yarder with how shaky Jake Elliott has been this year. So this is our Browns raffle. This has the free entries too, the names. I'm looking for who. Oh, there's Dewey K. Yep, perfect. Yeah. All right, good stuff. Let's do this thing. Yep. 3rd and 5 for the Eagles. First down would essentially end the game. Commanders can still get the ball back with a good amount of time left. No timeouts, though, most likely. Actually, 1 timeout. Halfway through, it's hard to see who's got the lead. Him appears to be at the front, though. Snap to Pickett on 3rd and 5. His pass is caught. Oh, it's dropped by Devontae Smith with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left. He dropped the first down catch to win the game. Devontae just drops it. It's a perfect pass, and he just can't get it. Even on the second attempt. 10 seconds left. Look at AFX. Can AFX win it? AFX, I'm rooting for. Oh, Joshua Miller. Joshua Miller, long-time viewer. I'm happy for Josh. Josh, you know the drill. Email me. Congratulations. Let me know what jersey I can get you. 40-yarder for Elliott is good, but not by a lot. It makes it a touchdown game, though. 33-28 Eagles. All right. That will do it for us on today's show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to sign off, and then I'll see everyone later. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, everyone.